Before the next hour of racing will be completed, the safety car lights, if they are going to go off, it should happen just going out of turn number 7, which is where they are now. Corvette C8, our safety car this weekend. Just waiting for the word from race control. And I think the safety car lights have gone out, because I'm starting to see people weaving side to side. And yes, they have. So we are going back to green flag racing next time around.
Splendid.
Yeah, very good. Let's do a quick rundown before we go back to green. VP Racing Fuels has Mike Conway at the front of the line behind the Corvette safety car. Kamui Kobayashi for Ally Cadillac in second, 31.48.5. That's the JD Miller Motorsports, JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac with Loic Duval on board. Then Stoffel Van Dorn for Meyershank Racing in the Acura, the number 60. 0-2 Earl Bamber. Watch him go on the restart for the car with the black front and the dark red rear. Number 10 is the black and blue Konica Minolta Acura with Philippe Albuquerque. He'll not be backwards and coming forwards either. In LMP2, 7th overall for the leader, number 29, Racing Team Netherlands. That's a bright yellow car from Ben Keating in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport, number 52. Then Dennis Anderson in the red and white high-class racing car. They've had all sorts of issues today, including penalties. They've been run into a couple of times, but the number 20 is sitting in third position, ahead of Stephen Thomas for PR1 Matheson Motorsport's second car. That's the number 11. Then Era Motorsport and Dwight Merriman in 5th. 6th, Pinto de Andrade, the Tower Motorsport driver in the number 8. That's the Tangerine and Black. LMP3, Dakota Dickinson leads that from Cameron Shields as we go back to green. And that was the VP Racing Fuel updates. Those are the cars that are making power. Back to green flag racing with 8 hours, 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Nice clean restart. And the DPIs, of course, cycled to the front of the field. Racing Team Netherlands got a really good restart with Guido van der Garde. Managed to pull out a bit of a lead over Ben Keating, who's back in the PR1 Matheson car. Jeremy Shaw breathing in, leaning to the left, then the right, as the cars went round the hairpin. Acura of Stoffel Van Dorn, I said he'd be pushing hard, but he's being passed at the moment round the outside at turn 10 by the other Acura. That's the number 10, which has got Earl Bamber behind the wheel. Excuse me, that's got Philippe Albuquerque behind the wheel.
Because Earl Bamber just made a pass just before that as well, so Stoffel's lost a couple of positions at that restart. He's finding out what IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship racing is all about.
Yeah, tyres will have cooled down. Got to be good on cool tyres. It's a real balancing act for these drivers to get the grip and the attack mode sorted out. The big dive down the outside into turn 10 by Philippe Albuquerque, and Stoffel Van Dorn right in the middle of the road there. He was trying to overtake Earl Bamber, and I'll have the outside, thanks very much. And Albuquerque moves up ahead of Stoffel Van Dorn. Now, here's Earl Bamber having a look on the 5 car of Loic Duval. That's the battle for third position. Oh, Duval a little bit wide through turn 1. Is there the opportunity in turn 3 for the New Zealander? No, not quite at the moment. Leading to Mike Conway and Kamui Kobayashi. They were in the same team yesterday. Neither of them have driven the cars they're in today before today, because they were contracted to Toyota for the World Championship. And of course, they didn't want their drivers, their star drivers, to be put in harm's way before the end of the race yesterday. Bamber out of the hairpin at turn 7, through the kink at turn 8, now to turn 9. All of this is flat in these prototypes. Positions himself to the right-hand side, the inside for turn 10. It's extremely bumpy on the inside of turn 10. If you're not on the racing line there, I've noticed a couple of people losing the rear ends of their car. Now, was that a little bit wide from the Mustang sampling? driver Loic Duval through 13, tower turn. Bamber wants to be through. He can see the leading pair getting away. And that black and dark red metallic Cadillac is looking very menacing indeed through to the Jean de Bihan bends. The end of that serpentine section is the right-hander at Le Mans onto the back straight. Lots of spectators to drivers left there, getting a great view of these cars at speed. And down into turn 17, commitment required, little bit of cloud at various parts of the track, but it's a good afternoon so far. Cars turning into that first part of 17, absolutely flat on the throttle, then scrubbing off speed towards the middle of turn 17. Turn 17 almost like 3 corners in one. Leading in GTD Pro is still the Chevy Corvette of Jordan Taylor, and he's got the BMW M3 of Marco Wittmann for company at the moment. And behind them is the leader in GTD, the Allegra Motorsports car. Now, they did stop at that last full course yellow. Michael Di Casada then is the 3rd GTD car. Just so happens he's a regular GTD rather than a GTD Pro, but he's 3rd in line, and he's got a grandstand seat for the battle at the front of GTD Pro as they go across the line. Yeah,
he was leading at the restart overall in GTD, but you'd be happy just to settle in behind those 2 Pro cars, I'm sure, at this stage. New fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, from our race leader, Mike Conway, a 147.233. He might not have driven that car until this morning, but I tell you what, it hasn't taken him long to get back into the swing of it, has it?
Not at all. Not at all. We've seen some fast times this week when the traffic and the track has cooperated and the track temperature has cooperated. Mike Conway proving that he is quick in anything. Yeah, give us a couple of laps. I'll be all right. Now, 47 Motorsports just getting lapped by the 2 GTD cars. Who's in that number 7? It's Mark Kawami. And that's put a little bit of a gap between. Oh, he cuts right across the nose of the BMW. That wasn't very friendly, Mark. That BMW is a lot bigger than your GD3 car. I'm not sure which one would come off the worst there. But the BMW towering above that LMP3 car. Now, we haven't mentioned this, and I should have put this in the Porsche keys to the race, but we are only 3 minutes away from the first tranche of points, Jeremy, in the Michelin Endurance Cup. And that is a championship within the longer races.
Indeed so, and coming into this round, i.e. after Daytona, the leaders in the respective classes with number 60 car in DPI, the number 29 car in LMP2, in LMP3 it was number 74. In GTD Pro it was the number 2 car, which is actually not here this weekend. So the number 9 and number 62 are tied for the points in GTD Pro. In GTD it's the number 16 car that leads the points coming into this second round of the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And BMW number 24 is still not through. Marco Wittmann will be absolutely apoplectic about this. Mark Kawami is holding him up. No doubt about it. And this is great news for Jordan Taylor and Corvette. Now has nearly 2 seconds after being really harried. Oh, both BMWs back out on the track now, by the way. The 25 car had power steering problems earlier on, as did the Ferrari of Risi Competizione, and both of them spent laps behind the wall. Also back the number 39, that's the Carbon Lamborghini. That car had some overheating issues earlier on in the race. Big traffic jam at turn number 7. All the GT cars battling between themselves there.
A couple of laps ago, I said that Mike Conway set the fastest lap of the race, so at a 1:47.23. Following lap, 1:47.20. So new fastest lap, 2 laps in a row for Mike Conway. All of a sudden, he's got a 3-second advantage over Kamui Kobayashi in second position. So there's 2 Action Express run cars out in front at the moment.
John Miller in the number 59 McLaren is going to have to come down the pit lane, and that is another pit stop violation, the Crucial Motorsports car that he shares with Patrick Gallagher and Paul Holton, improperly manned fire extinguisher at their last stop. So again, that means that they probably didn't take the pin out, or they didn't have somebody on the fire extinguisher itself. It's one of those things you learn. Right Motorsports, they had problems earlier on. That was a differential problem. Sitting at the moment in behind a Ferrari going down the back straight. That Ferrari is the spinner, NTE Lamborghini in turn 17, the blue and white number 43 car, and he's just about got it. And also on the other side of the circuit, that's turn 16, is it not? Is that the Cadillac back out? Is that the 01 Cadillac back out?
It's been out for a while, yeah. Right. Hunter Ray at the wheel of that car. 42
Lamborghini struggling into the pit lane after that spin at turn 17. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? Well, there was a few cars in there, including the Inception McLaren. And yeah, it was the number 70 Inception McLaren that turned him around. That'll be a penalty, I think, for that car. After braking too late, Shea Adam is down there with the Lamborghini.
There's some damage to the diffuser of this Lamborghini for sure, but the team was not expecting the car to come into the pit lane. Nobody even with their kit on ready to receive this car. They're looking in through the engine cover to try and see if there's anything askew, but putting the car up on air jacks now, yep, that's this car going to be here for a little while.
That's unfortunate for that team, because they've been doing a nice job. They're running right in that whole pack there. The youngster from Guatemala, Mateo Lorena, driving the car at the moment. Meanwhile, out front, the number 30, the new fastest lap of the race, by the way, this time not by Mike Conway. Instead, it's by Kamui Kobayashi, a 147.192 for the Japanese driver. Again, we're still a fair way, second away from the race lap record here, but still, given how warm it is out there, these are really good lap times being set by our race leaders.
A little more on this 42 NTE Lamborghini. Matteo Urena reporting that he was hit from behind, which we know, by the 70 McLaren, and that the car would not accelerate. That's why he crawled into the pit lane, missing the passenger side mirror altogether. That was completely swiped off. They put a little bit more fuel into the car as, another Lamborghini pulls up right behind me. That's the Carbon by Peregrine Racing. I think that's still Corey Lewis in that car. Sticker tires going on to D39, but let's see if the 42 gets going again, or if it just goes back behind the wall. Still waiting. They haven't sent him yet. They're talking to him, trying to figure out which direction to go. Nope, that won't grab a gear.
At least it was revving, though.
Yeah, he had no problem revving it. He just couldn't actually move it forward under his own accord.
Maybe that bang from behind has done some damage to the gearbox mid-engine car, of course, with that V10 behind it. We'll leave Shea with that for the moment. At the front of the field, Mike Conway has had another cracking restart. 1.8 seconds to the good now in the 31 red and white wheel and Cadillac. Kamui Kobayashi in the Ally Cadillac, the number 48 car. Chad Knaus running that car this weekend. And Chad going to be, we think, going to be part of the Hendricks Le Mans effort with the next gen Cup car. That was announced for 2023 earlier on in the week here. Goodyear, along with General Motors and the NASCAR organisation, with Rick Hendrick applying to the ACO to run a next-gen car with some new tech on it, which we presume will be a hybrid system, to run at Le Mans in 2023 outside of competition, so it does not have to conform to any of the regulations in what the ACO calls Garage 56. Very interesting project, that.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm not allowed to talk about this, but the Ian Watt from Action Express Racing is involved in that project, and very much looking forward to it. A real technical challenge for anybody who is involved in it. And yeah, there's a lot of excitement about running that Chevrolet Camaro at Le Mans next year.
Drive through for the Inception McLaren. That was the incident responsibility with the NTE Lamborghini. It was one of the more easy decisions, clear-cut decisions that race control would have to make. Oh, spinner, Aero Motorsport at turn number 15. Backwards off the track on driver's left, Jeremy.
Dwight Merriman at the wheel of that car at the moment, running in 5th position in LMP2.
He's got a forward gear, but he's going to have to bump it over the curb. Got to be careful he doesn't get himself high-centered on that there. Give yourself a bit of a run. He was... Oh, there was a slow car ahead. That was the United
Jim
car.
McGuire, yeah, Jim McGuire.
Jim quite commit to turn 14 there. Dwight lifting off at exactly the wrong spot, but he is moving again.
They were doing similar lap times on the previous lap, both of those two. Got it going again there as Merriman.
Under 8 hours to go now. And Shea Adam has not good news if you're a Lamborghini fan.
NTE behind the wall. I remember there was a gearbox issue a couple years ago. There was a Lamborghini, actually it might have been last year, Lamborghini was hit from behind and it resulted in the gearbox ultimately breaking several hours later. I'm wondering if maybe that's the same, but it does sound a bit like the clutch for this car because he can rev it, you just can't make it move.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the throttle talking to the engine, and that we heard the sound of the Lamborghini motor revving within an inch of its life. Rather splendid, actually, to be honest. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, welcome along to our broadcast. Sirius XM 206 around this area of Florida on Heartland's Best Country 99.1 WWOJ, and we've got full course yellow. It's the high class car, the number 20, bringing back some debris into the pit lane. And
Dennis Anderson again.
Dennis Anderson's had a weird day. We've also got a stationary number 8 Tower Motorsport car on the exit of turn 16, I think that. So has there been a wee bit of a coming together there?
Yes.
So
putting his nose where it didn't belong, I think.
Yeah, the 8 car spinning to the inside and then rolling back over the curbs for Rui Pinto to Andrade, and in trying to avoid that, Dennis Anderson went well wide and has taken out one of the sponsor banners on the back straight. We're still waiting to see that car pull away. Now the car 20 entered the closed pit, but that I think will count as, that should count as emergency service, but that means he's got to come back in next time.
So you are correct on that. Emergency service is 5 seconds of fuel or any work that needs to be done on the car. He could have just stopped in his box and let the banner fallen off on its own, and then he would not have had to do the emergency service drive-through, but he will have to come back when we go back to green flag as well.
Okay. They don't have to do. I mean, they don't have to do a full change or anything. He's just got to come back in and stop in his box. Is that the correct application of that rule?
No, he's just got to drive through the penalty, the fast lane.
All right, so he
no
doesn't
box,
even have to stop. Okay. Hello to Etienne Rouse. He said, "Dear IMSA Radio, having heard Hindy and the team commentate on what seems like 2,556 races and practices this week, can we not utilise that energy for a Garage 56 entry in 2025? If only it was that easy." Yeah, the Tower car, the number 8 car, sticking its nose down the inside of the Cetilar Racing Ferrari. And that was what caused the spin. Dennis Anderson having to avoid the car as it rolled back out onto the racing line from right to left. And wow, the right Porsche was really close as well. Who did we have in that car? Jeremy?
Which one?
The tower, was it John Ferrano in
No,
that
it
car?
was Rui Andrade.
Of course it was, yes. Well, I'm very surprised at Rui there, because he spun to the inside, driver's right, and he let the car roll backwards all the way across the track. That might get him into trouble.
Well, yeah, plus he was diving down the inside of a GT car, a place that's really difficult to make a pass.
Yeah.
All he needed to do was just, wait a couple of seconds. He was going to pass him on the straights well, he would have been able to pass him on the straights, yes.
He was off the track on driver's right, and he ends up with his right rear wheel pretty much on the blue and white curb on driver's left, right on the exit of turn 16. That's very, very dangerous. The guys at high class might want to have a look at the front of their car, because there's normally bags of sandbags or topsoil that hold down those Corex barriers, the Corex sponsor banners there, and if you run over one of those, you can do some damage to the underfloor of the car. So this is taking a wee moment or two to clear up at the exit of turn 16, but once again our AMR safety team are on site. Massive respect, by the way, to the Sebring International cleanup crews, recovery, track services. We've had a lot of very, very big accidents this weekend well, talking to some of the international crew here, they were expecting it to be a very long time for clear up, particularly in the WEC yesterday, but they have turned it around within mere minutes. You think of the tyres that had to be replaced there. Also in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, of course, with the Hyundai and the Toyota both going straight through the tyre barriers. That all needed to be rebuilt. In fact, extra concrete was brought in as well. So congratulations to track services and to recovery, as well as all of our marshals. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. And we know, Joe, that endurance racing is a team game, not just between the 2 or 3 drivers, not just between their engineers and mechanics. There's also all kinds of support staff at the track, not just during the race, but in the build-up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we put so much attention to the cars, the tyres, the gearboxes, the engines, but also, we kind of neglect the human element. But one man whose job it is not to neglect the human element is Dr. David Ferguson, who's with the Konica Minolta Acura team. Firstly, David, tell us about your role here with the team.
Yeah, well, they were nice enough to invite me out along with Coresight and Hammer Nutrition. So myself and my student Faith Halk have come out here, and we're basically just documenting the stresses the drivers are under, and then trying to find ways to keep these drivers fresh and safe over a long 12-hour race on a very bumpy track.
And what are the stresses? I mean, you know what? It's not just about the drivers, though. It's the crew as well. I mean, here we are dressed in fire suits. It's very humid. We're losing body fluid. What's the effect of that in prolonged situations such as 12-hour motor races?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously you said it, the biggest stress is going to be the heat, especially today. So we're going to expect these drivers to probably see about a 1 to 2 degree increase C in core temperature. They're going to lose maybe about 3 to 5 pounds of sweat. And then you add on to that the G-forces they're exposed to, the vibration, and then just the stimulus of racing, right? So we'll see heart rates of 150 to 150 beats per minute, and they'll be running hard.
So what happens when you lose that body fluid, that amount of weight just in water? What happens? What's the physicality? What's the physical effect?
Yeah, well, obviously we're talking severe dehydration, and you're probably experienced that. And what's you may not know is, so we did a study where we showed when you get that dehydrated, race car drivers have trouble depressing the brake pedal and then modulating brake force, right? So you translate that to the race car, how's that going to affect, corner entry, steering, and all that stuff. So it's quite interesting how that can have a massive effect on car performance.
Does that come from the brain? The brain is telling the foot not to press the brake pedal.
It's actually a combination of both. It's the brain tub, but also your skeletal muscle loses the ability to generate that amount of force. So it's a whole integration of mind, body, and race car in this case.
So I would imagine, David, you didn't start anything, the preparation for this process today. How far back do we have to go in preparation for a weekend like this?
Well, so I went back way far back. I've been doing this for about 15 years. And the truth is there's very little information on this out in racing. There's probably less than 40 peer-reviewed papers ever published on it, and that's compared to 400 published a year in like football. So we started doing this stuff 15 years ago, and really in the last 5 years we really started to figure out how to tackle this and start to put plans together, and it's very car, track, and driver specific.
How far before the event do you start sort of giving the drivers nutritional drinks and the like, I would imagine?
Oh, there's a whole nutrition program that's kind of led by Hammer Nutrition that does a lot of that, and they've been doing this for a couple of years, but each event you're starting weeks in advance. Weeks in advance, yep.
What is the process? Is it physical training? Is it eating the right stuff? Give us an idea of what, without giving us few trade secrets away, I fail. Give us an idea of what the driver's eating program and dietary program is.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there. You know there's some tricks here we got going on. So basically, you got to understand that over the course of this race, drivers are going to burn probably about 5,000 calories. So we make a plan to give them the proper food, give them the proper combination of carbs, fat, and protein, because all that's going to get broken down over the course of this race. So it's a combination of education, training, and nutrition that is just like car design. It's months in advance.
As the pass-around process now, cars passing the safety car now, we're not missing any of the action while we stay down in the pits with Dr. David Ferguson, just giving us a bit of insight. David, I'm always amazed and flabbergasted at the condition of these drivers. They get out of the cars, they've been working hard, they've been sweating, but literally in a matter of seconds, they're back, they're lucid, they're talking to you, and they're full of energy. Ought to be fit and young again, I suppose.
Yeah, they're definitely athletes, right? In fact, their physical fitness numbers rival that of hockey, football, basketball, football players across the board. So we've seen, performance numbers that would rival professional athletes, and they are professional athletes, absolutely.
It's not just like driving to the shops, is it?
Absolutely not.
Thanks, David. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and that's really insightful. We talk, don't we, John, about, we've been talking about the heat. Of course, we're English, we talk about the weather a lot, don't we? It's quite insightful that much attention to detail goes into this event.
Good news for fans of Gradient Racing. The Acura lives once again, and although it is a bit of a zombie car with some tape on the right rear, it does have sticker tires, and the most important part, Super Mario Farnbacher behind the wheel.
And thank you for that. That was fascinating as well from Dr. David Ferguson. Thank you, Joe Bradley and Shea Adam. Catherinette asking, can we have the points awarded at the 4-hour mark at IMSA Radio? You ask, and Jeremy Shaw has the answer. That was about a few minutes ago. That was, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, the official results have just come, unofficial results at this stage have just come through. In DPI, it was number 31 car, it had number 48. In terms of the MEC points now, the number 31 car came into this weekend 5th in the points ranking, but with the 5 points it gets for this, it'll move within one of the car that won at Daytona, which was outside the top 3, which is the best scoring numbers there. In LMP2, the car that led the points coming into this round, Racing Team Netherlands, car number 29, extends its lead because that was out in front again at the 4-hour mark. So they will extend the lead in LMP2. In LMP3, the car that wasn't at the first round, the car number 30, that's the Junior 3 racing car, will get maximum points from this round. Sean Creech Motorsports in second position, and that will mean that rather than being 4 points behind Riley Motorsports that won the opening round, they're now just 2 points. They've halved that deficit between number 74 and number 33. In GTD Pro, the class leader after Daytona was KCMG, but they're not here this weekend. So maximum points for the Corvette in car number 3. In GTD, maximum points for the number 28 Allegra car, and second place points for AF Corsa car number 21 as we go back to green. Wright Motorsports still leads, by the way, in GTD.
Perfect timing, Jeremy. Thank you. Rather ragged restart, actually. The pits closed. Lights did go off, but we were going back to green. Mike Conway got a good jump and had nearly 2 seconds across the line. There's a huge gap between some of the GT cars further back down the line. I'm not sure that everyone got the memo there. First official retirement has been notified from race control, and it is the Dragon Speed car that had that incident with Juan Pablo Montoya when he couldn't avoid the spinning AWA car and the back of the Paul Miller Racing BMW. So Elton Julian's guys have got an early bath, I'm afraid. So Conway from Kobayashi from Duval, the two Toyota Gazoo Racing teammates in respectively the Whelen Engineering Cadillac and the Allied Cadillac, 31 and 48, 2 seconds between them. Loic Duval trying to close down in the black and gold JDC Miller Motorsports number 5 in 3rd position. Then a wee bit of a gap as well. Tardy restart by Earl Bamber, words I never thought I'd hear myself say. Just underlining, as I say, how untidy that restart was. It's 1.3 seconds back off the line as they went to green. Highly unusual. 974 car sitting back on the track now. That's Gar Robinson back in the car, 4th position.
That's curious. What happened there? All of a sudden, the GTD Pro cars are showing a lap ahead of the GTDs. Why? That's got to be a glitch of some sort, I think.
I'm going to reset everything, Jeremy, over here.
That's weird.
Well, not showing that on. Oh no, yes, you're absolutely right.
Don't know. I have to get back to you on that one, because they weren't necessarily jumped up the top. 2 cars in GTD were pro cars. Then the 28 car, which is now coming into the pit lane, was 3rd on that row overall ranking in GTD.
So the Allegra car on the pit lane and driving all the way through to its pits, to its final pit box. It's quite tight actually to get out of there and still get through the Michelin RFID chip readers. Driver change and full service for that car. Fuel, VP Racing fuel going in on the right hand side. Already had the front right tyre change, front left tyre change, now the front right, now the rear right, so it's now waiting on fuel. The pin is pulled so the car drops down. There's going to be a new drinks bottle for the incoming driver, and they've decided very late to take a tear off from the windscreen, and that car ready to rejoin. Might have been an untidy start at the front of the field, but my goodness, it's busy in the GTD and GTD Pro ranks in the middle of the field.
Yeah, let's have a look to see where
is that a function of a wave buy in some way, shape or form, Jeremy? Because they don't split the GTD Pros and the GTDs, so was it just where the leader was, having just lapped all the...
I've no idea, but
yeah,
you completely lost me on that one.
Nobody came into the pits, did they? The pits weren't even opened.
Well, no, that was interesting, because I thought it was... I know it was a 16-minute caution period, but maybe it was down to seconds, certainly. And if it's less than 15, then it'll be a short yellow. But yeah, you're right, we didn't go through all the normal pit stop sequences there, but which is why I'm certainly confused. I think there's just a bit of a scoring glitch there, to be honest. I'm sure it'll reset itself very quickly.
Alec Udell is back on the pit road with the Muller Motorsports Duquesne. The number 6 car back on the pit lane according to race control, but I don't think that's true. Coming out from behind the wall. Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. I never doubt what's on the screen, Hindhoff, even though I couldn't see it. My apologies. So that car took some tyres and disappeared. Well, not like got beamed up by Scotty. It's actually driven out of the pit lane in normal circumstances. So another restart, Jeremy, another gaggle of cars finding its way through turn 17. So Sean Creech Motorsport out on the circuits, the number 33 car.
Young Malte Jakobsen from
He's quick.
Denmark. Yeah, super nice guy. Really nice chat to him yesterday afternoon. I mean, he loves racing over here. He did Daytona. There was no commitment from the team to do anything more than that, but he did such a good job there. They invited him back again. He's also going to be racing for Cool Racing in Europe as well, in the European Le Mans Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup. So he's going to be a busy boy over there. He's kind of been taken under the wing of Nicolas Lapierre, who's one of the team principals, isn't he, at Cool Racing. And I think this is a young man we're going to be hearing a lot more of in the future. That's Malte Jakobsen in that car number 33 at the moment for Sean Creech Motorsports, and he's just 18 years of age.
There was a class split there, but the class split is between the DPIs and the rest of the field. I'm sure they don't split the GT. They didn't start the GTD Pros and a GTD separately. We'll work that one out in a moment. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who is with Tony Vielander.
Tony, you've had a busy week so far with the race yesterday and now a race today. It's warm today, though. How difficult was it to get out of bed and get ready for another race?
Yeah, it's been a busy week, busy weekend, but I sort of like it. I must say the driving style here in the IMSA with the GTD car is a little bit different to the WEC car. So every time I got back with the GTLM car, it took a few laps to get back to the rhythm. Difficult to set up the car. Like you said, the track temp now is really high. And as we know, the race finishes with way cooler temperature. So it's a balance of surviving now and hopefully have a fast enough car in the end.
How have things been going for AF course?
No, it's my team since the beginning of my GT days. So it's years of coming when I always kept saying to Amato that we need to go to US, and sometimes things combine in a strange way, and now of course it's full-time in US and I'm racing for them, so it's really a special feeling. I started with the team back in 2006 with the race in Dubai, so a lot of stuff is still in the team, guys on the pit wall, guys making calls for the strategy, all the setup of the car, so really comfortable, almost a family feeling.
It seems like most of your training has been snowmobiles or hockey or things for winter. How much does that hurt when you come to Sebring and all of a sudden it's hot?
Yeah, I feel like a polar bear with the global warming, you know. It's not my preference for the racing temperature. Obviously the weather in Florida is great, but like I said, for Scandinavia maybe this is a bit too much. But yeah, also the winter training or the activities. As you know, I've been with the family in Florida many winters, and now kids are at school, and it's more difficult to skip several months. So wherever I am, I try to be active. So snowmobiling, one of the great activities. We have a lot of trails, we have a lot of nature in Finland, so snowmobiling is one of my favorite things.
Thanks, Tony. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
We've got an incident, that incident involving the number 47 car under review from the stewards. That is the latest that they've had to look at. That's the Cetilar Racing Ferrari. That was the one that got hit by Rui, wasn't it? And also another penalty, this time for high class again. So they're having a really interesting day, working on a car in a closed pit stop in 60. So they presumably didn't just remove the banner. They must have done a wee bit more than that down on the pit road. So they will have to come in. That'll be a stop plus 60 seconds. Meantime, pit stop for the number 31. It's coming out of the lead for Mike Conway, yeah? Oh, sorry, Joe.
It's Mike Conway's gone out of the car now. And that pit stop's done. It's taken on tyres, field full service. And Conway out of the car.
So that was a very quick pit stop indeed for that car. And out it goes in terms of the last time since we saw that in pit lane. That I think was at the right sort of...
Certainly earlier than I would have anticipated, John.
Just 14, is that just 14 laps, is that right?
Yeah, and most of it was under yellow, so we'll have to check up on that one. Mike Conway, by the way, just a couple of laps ago,
3 laps
had reset the fastest lap of the race at a 1:47.01, so fractionally quicker than he had managed before. Actually took it back again from Kamui Kobayashi, who's to be trading fastest laps back and forth for a little while now. So, but number 31 car, yeah, certainly wasn't due to come onto pit lane. So we'll try and find out what is going on there. But that will put Kamui Kobayashi back into the lead of the race, our 5th lead change. We've had only 3 cars in the lead, number 31, number 10, and the number 48 after 128 laps.
Here's another penalty coming through. Now Porsche keys the race. We said, look after the penalties, got to keep them to a minimum. And this is for the Cetilar Ferrari, unsafe re-entry. Right, okay. Where was that then? Surely that was the prototype that turned him round that did that rolled back across the track, not the Cetilar car. We'll see if that gets turned around. There's been a lot going on, in fairness, for race control and stewards. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, Shea Adam is going to give us a few updates from the pit lane.
I have spies everywhere, John, and Erin Seacole just informed me that she saw the 47 Motorsport LMP3 car being pushed back to its garage in the paddock. Didn't even see that one make the hard right turn off the pit lane. It's going to be at least another hour before we see the Paul Miller Racing BMW. When they got everything apart back there was a lot more bent than they had initially thought. They got it fixed, went to roll it back out, and then realized it wasn't rolling in the right direction. And finally, the 42 NTE Sport Lamborghini is an official retirement. The clutch broke after they got punted off. That is word from Jaden Conwright. Jaden, thanks for letting me know.
Battle on the circuit side by side. 2 Cadillacs into turn 14. It's the Mustang sampling car trying to go up the inside of the Ally car. That was the battle for the lead, and Loic Duval has gone through. New leader, Jeremy. Make that your 6th lead change as they go across the line. Loic Duval on a mission, and Kamui Kobayashi was unable to hold him back. Remember, Kamui's not driven this car until the race. Didn't get in the car even this morning in warm-up. He was being held back from doing that by Toyota Gazoo Racing. That's his main championship this year. So they wanted him to discharge his duties in the WEC yesterday, which came rather earlier than he'd expected, courtesy of Jose Maria Lopez. Joe Bradley has the answer on the Whelen Cadillac.
When the 31 pitted under yellow, it didn't take on a full quart of fuel as it changed tyres, so hence it was just a little bit short on fuel. Expect the 48 likewise, because they just took on a little bit more. It's kind of a little bit sort of staggered window, isn't it? But it was all to do with fueling.
No, Joe. No, I'm not going to go for that one.
All right, well, I did mention your name, Jeremy, and you laughed.
Yeah, that's on this latest stop. I mean, on the previous stop, yeah, but now there's no need for it to come in now, I don't think, unless they didn't get fuel in at that last stop.
Yeah, unless the short fuel to get track position.
That's what they did. That's exactly what I've said, yeah. They short fueled it to get it done.
No, not that short.
The fueling takes longer than the tyres. So they pulled the fueler off as they got the tyres on.
As soon as they've done the tyres?
Yes, and that's what played them short.
All right.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah,
the 48 Ally car is in exactly the same boat, and I've just seen Felipe Nasr just put his kit on and get ready, so they're going to come in slightly short as well.
Okay, and it's peeling into the pit lane now after Kamui Kobayashi had just lost the lead. Loic Duval had to go all the way over the white line to driver's right. That isn't the edge of the track. The wall is the end of the edge of the track, but he got mighty close to that as well. And Martin Haven in our Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre just reminding me that the rule that stopped Kamui Kobayashi driving the Ally car was Camui's rule, because he wears several hats this weekend, one of them being the team manager of Toyota Gazoo Racing for the GRO 10s. And so he kept himself from driving. I'd like to go and drive the Ally Cadillac now. No, I'm sorry, you can't. All right, I won't then. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. Can I speak to the manager? You already are. And all that went on in his head, which was great. So driver change down there. Camry is out. Joe Bradley is there. Who's got in?
Yeah, I tell you how hot I am. I've mistook Mike Rockenfeller for Felipe Nasser. So, that's how hot it is down here. Yeah, full service, tyres, fuel, Kobayashi out of the car, and Mike Rockenfeller in.
You need to go and see Dr. David Ferguson and see if he can give you something for your mental state, mate. Quite clearly. Possibly not sure they make anything strong enough for that, and I've known Joe a few years. Joe Bradley and Shea Adam in the pit lane. Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff around the world on RS2, IMSA Radio, and via the World TV feed. If you're in a country that does not have a network TV deal with the IMSA broadcast, then you can get us on imsaradio.com via the live video tab. And around this area, with more choice than ever, Highland's best country, WWOJ 99.1, giving us their airwaves for the full race this afternoon, as well as News Talk 7:30 AM and their new FM frequency on 95.3, and of course on Sirius XM 206. In comes the Mustang sampling number 5 Cadillac. Joe Bradley is at that end of pit lane. That's getting a new set of Michelins.
That certainly is. Unscrubbed as well. Sticker tyres, as they say this side of the Atlantic. Just a replenished drink spot, it looks like. So the driver staying on board. Fueling going in. Now we're on the left-hand side tyres. Just coming to completion. The tear-off comes off as well. It's off the jacks, but the fueler... See what I mean? It takes longer to fuel these cars when you change tyres. Just love a bit of wheel spin, don't we?
I do like that rule that you're allowed to spin the wheels in IMSA. That would get them into trouble in the pit lane on the other side.
Yeah.
Joe's just said in my ear, surely it's a penalty if you don't spin the wheels going off the line. Jeremy Shaw nodding in agreement there.
I was talking to somebody yesterday about that too, who was driving in both ways. I can't remember who it was now, but he was saying how frustrating it is that you're not allowed to even do any wheel spin. Just to, of course, the main reason for that is in WEC they are allowed tyre warmers, so the tyres are fully up to, well, not fully up to temperature, but they're quite hot when they go on the car.
That is
in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, there are no tyre warmers, so when the tyres, pressure of the tyres goes on the car, they're just at an ambient temperature. You can put them in the sun, which might warm them up a bit, but they're a lot cooler. So they're not very grippy when they fall off the jack. So it's very easy to spin them, and by spinning the wheels as they leave the pit box, it does build quite a bit of heat into the tyre instantly. So when you get on the racetrack, you're not going to work quite so hard to get those tyres up to the optimal working temperatures.
I'd forgotten about that, or at least I hadn't considered that. If you've got hot tyres and you start to spin them, if you get too much grip, you actually might do damage to your drive line, drive shafts and things like that. I always remember Joe Bradley telling me to be careful with hot, sticky tyres and not try to spin the wheels. Into the pit lane, Philippe Albuquerque and Stoffel Van Dorn. The 10 and 60 Acuras into the pit lane, and that's your end as well, Joe.
Yeah, it is. I've got the DPI end for this phase of pit stops, and it all looks very general. Can't see any drivers getting in both of these cars, so both drivers staying put. And the Konica car already off its jacks now. Just revving up. The engines remain on. The drivers rev the engine. As the fueling continues, and he just skirts that number 60. The Meyer Shank car, the pink and white car, making its way, leaving two beautiful black lines. I'm just going to walk on that, get a bit of rubber on my boot. I know, I'm sick, aren't I?
You're loving this, Bradley, aren't you?
Of course I am. Who wouldn't love this? Not the best job in the world. What are you talking about?
Face full of tyre smoke, and Bradley's a happy man, quite honestly. Simple pleasures. bit of Michelin in your face. All very good. At IMSA Radio on Twitter, if you'd like to get in front. And if you've seen the Turner Motorsport tweet, by the way, if you've got anything that you particularly want me to knock out on the piano over here, that's do a bit of Elton John. Crocodile Rock's been asked for. I could sing it. I'm not sure I could play it. Probably play it on guitar, actually. So 7 hours and 21 minutes to go. And the engine you can hear is that of the Meerschaert Racing Acura. Tom Blomqvist behind the wheel of that car. So let's have a word with Stoffel van Dorn, who's just got out of that car.
Sorry guys, he's in a debrief. I thought he was just standing there looking up at the screen, but he's not. He's in a debrief with the engineer. I'll jump on him straight away.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Bradley. So, Jeremy, what have we had now in this race? 4 hours and 40 minutes. All the drama at the beginning of the race surrounded some of the big names. The 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac with issues. That went behind the wall and has been back and forth. It has been running for a wee while now. That was engine issues. We had both of the Heart of Racing Aston Martins with issues that took them behind the wall. And we'll summarise the rest of that in a moment after Joe Bradley has spoken to Stoffel van Dorn.
Still all to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you know, there's been a couple of yellows out there during my stints, but I'd say from my side, very happy with you know, the job that I've been able to do. You know, it was my first experience in IMSA, so you know, had the full experience with all the yellows, how to restart, how to, you know, the procedures, all during the yellows and stuff.
It's a little bit different, isn't it, than what you're used to?
Yeah, it's quite different, yeah. But you know, so far great experience. I think we're lacking a little bit of pace compared to the Cadillacs, but you know, there's so many cars on track. It's so easy to make mistakes, and yeah, it's still a long race. So let's see what happens.
How are you finding the traffic out there? The GTD cars, which are effectively GT3 spec, it's a massive difference in speed to the DPI.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things to deal with. Also, a couple of amateur drivers out there which don't necessarily know where to put their wheel, and you know, it makes it tricky for us. But yeah, a lot of fun.
Thanks, Steph.
Oh, Sweet Home Alabama being asked for on the piano. Now I can definitely play that on the guitar. Shame I didn't bring one with me. Oh yeah, a big shame. Yes, as everybody. Thank you very much indeed. I'll get the Schecter out. Thank you, Mark. 7:18 to go, and we are just coming round to another set of pit stops in the GTD Pro category. Are we? No, only 19 laps. So they all stopped at the last. What are they getting in
about
terms?
29 laps.
Yeah, so they're about 10 laps away, right? Okay. And the same for the AMS as well, because they all stopped. So this is that nice part of the stint, Jeremy, where everybody's out for a few laps, and we can see the relative performance of the cars in the individual classes and between the classes.
Yeah, and in GTD now, the number 57 car, Russell Ward, is shown as leading for Winward Racing. Mercedes 1-2 then, with the Gilbert Korthoff car number 32 in second position. I still have absolutely no idea how the GTD Pro cars have got split from the GTDs. I've asked that question, but haven't yet received an answer. And all of a sudden, the GTD cars have shown a lap behind everybody else, and I really don't understand it. I think it's a timing glitch, but I can't see the racetrack, so exactly where everybody is in relation to everybody else. But certainly the Corvette, as we can see from the pictures we're looking at right now, he's pulled out quite a lead all of a sudden, about 5 seconds over Marco Wittmann in second place in the BMW. And all of a sudden, for the first time in this race, the GTD Pro cars are all quite spread out. 5 seconds between first and second, another 4 between second and third, another 10 between third and fourth. And that Marco Mapelli in fourth position, the number 63 TR3 Lamborghini, all of a sudden is about nearly 20 seconds off the lead.
Yeah,
hasn't been more than 20 feet off the lead.
Yeah,
before that.
The only thing that I can think of with that is whether there was a difference in pit strategy at the previous yellow between the pros and the AMS. But I don't see how they could have made that much of a difference.
When we went to the yellow, you know, they were all in a train. So I have absolutely
wasn't the
no
Allegra
idea.
car actually leading
overall
because they steered out?
It was leading overall. Then it got shuffled back a few positions in the overall.
But that was because
GTD.
that one didn't stop.
That's why I got to the lead.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I got into the lead of GTD. But and say he was passed by a couple of guys, and then that car did come in to make a pit stop right after we went back. A couple of laps after we went back to green, and it's currently now in 8th position in the class with Maxi Goetz at the wheel.
That may well be a job for us crunching the numbers later on. Don't forget Michelin post-race tech, by the way. The checkered flag is the end of the race, but the start of the conversation here on IMSA Radio. At IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT, please. If you see something through the race that you want to comment on, something that we might be able to find out at the end of the race. We'll have some driver interviews as well in that part of the programme, and we'll get you as many of those answers as we can. Let's go to Shea Adam at Performance Tech in the pit lane.
And it is a driver change. Rasmus Lind getting into this car. They're doing fuel and 4 new sticker. Yes, they have the stickers on them. Michelin tires. I do like it when they do that. The seat insert has actually been removed and thrown onto the ground, and the fueler is trying to move it away from underneath the car with his foot very adeptly. That was well done, because if that had been dropped, the car had been dropped on that, it would have crushed it, and such was the angle that it was sitting at. But the driver change is done, just waiting on the right front tire. Now the car drops off the air jack, still waiting for fuel. Firing the car up, fuel comes out, and away goes Rasmus.
Nicely done. Interesting when you hear that, how that happens and how quick it all goes together. Very nice. The red NSX, another car with a little smiley face. It always seems to me, when you look at the headlamps and the grille. NSX back out onto the circuit. Tom Blomqvist shuffled back to 6th position for Meerschaank Racing in the number 60. Winners at Daytona, of course. Blomqvist, another one of this raft of tremendous young drivers that we have here. Born in the UK, to Scandinavian parentage, at least his dad is, and races under a Monaco licence. Ollie Jarvis from the UK, Stoffel van Dorn, the Belgian driver, joining him in that car. The sights and sounds of IMSA. Pipo Derani leads the race. 1.8 seconds ahead of the field at the moment, but having only been down the pit lane 6 times. Second place, Alex Lynn, Cadillac Racing, in the 02 car. He's stopped 5 laps ago. So that Whelan car must be, has that just been in, or is it just due in?
Which one?
The Whelan Engineering, the 31 car.
That was the first that led the sequence of stops this time around. That was 9 laps ago that car was on the pit lane. Whoops. Whoa.
This is the second place car in class, the 74 Ranch machine car. Robinson, Riley Motorsports. It's the second time cars
Turn 1, isn't it?
made a little mistake. This time he's at turn 1, I think managing not to hit anything, and this time performs a better flick turn and gets back onto the track without too much trouble. He lost that one early in the piece, but got on the brakes very quickly and scrubbed off a lot of speed, which meant he barely went off the concrete runoff there, and he did not hit the tyre wall. But he's going to have some very oddly shaped Michelins on that car now, and whether or not he was meant to have a pit stop.
GTD leader into the pits.
Expect him in the next lap or 2. Can't see him being happening about that. GT Daytona leader in the pits, and believe it or not, it's the car that had all the problems earlier in the week. The number 57 Tecamet sponsored Winward racing car. That car is down and away. now. Sounds awful on the pit lane limiter, doesn't it? Through to the end of the pit lane, wait for the pit lane speed limit to come off. 3, 2, 1. Now. That's better. That's how an AMG should sound. Shea Adam is down there at the moment. We'll come back to her in a moment. So this is setting off some GT pit stops. The 79 Porsche from WeatherTech into the pit lane as well. That was delayed earlier on, and that looks like a full service for that one too. Brought in by Cooper McNeil, 8th position in GTD Pro for Cooper. Waiting for the fuel on that. You can fuel and put the tyres on at the same time in IMSA competition. So GT pit stops underway. And at the front of the field, that battle at the front is very interesting. 3/10 taken out the leader last time around by Alec Lane. It's about Alex is just closing it a tiny little bit. So expect that to come down some more. Michael Dynan is just out of his racing car. He can speak to Shea Adam now.
Well, Michael Dynan, the hard work is over at this stage. Your first Sebring 12 hours, how's it been so far?
You know, it's been great. Sebring's a really unique racetrack, and it's my first time doing the 12-hour here, but I'm loving every minute. I just finished my minimum drive time. Robbie's in the car now. Everyone on the team's doing a great job. We have a great car, the new BMW M4, so we'll just see what we can do. Hopefully we get lucky and we're fighting it out at the end.
Every BMW driver that I've talked to so far today has been completely cool and normal looking as compared to every other driver I've talked to who looks basically like a zombie. How good is the air conditioning in the Turner Motorsports machine?
You know, it's pretty good. It's a huge step up from the M6 from last year for sure. So it's nice out there, especially doing double stints in the heat to have a good AC. But it's still not easy out there.
Great job so far. Keep my fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Ashton Harrison Henry has just stepped out of the Racer's Edge Acura, that's car 93. Ashton, I know most drivers, you know, they take a couple of minutes to cool down. The temperatures in these GTs is just phenomenal. We've just been talking to your team doctor, and he was telling us just what effects were happening to your body there. Tell us, how does it feel to be at nearly 40 degrees body temperature?
It's definitely warm, but you know, it's Sebring. We train for stuff like this with the heat being so aggressive, and you know, it's supposed to be a high of 91. We were watching the temperature coming into this weekend, and we were prepping for that. So getting out of the car, like, you know, having the right people around you to help cool your body down almost immediately so that you can recover and get ready for your next stint is crucial. I mean, it pays dividends whenever you get back in the car. Just out of interest, when do you get back in the car? I have a short break, but it'll be soon. All right.
What's it like out there? It looks like, as ever, Sebring bringing incident with, you know, issues with traffic and what have you. How's people behaving out there?
Well, it's Sebring, so sometimes it's the track that's misbehaving more than the people around you. But, you know, this is my first WeatherTech race, and my whole goal is to finish the race, but also be as competitive as I can. I'm having a great time. Our Acura is really, really strong, and you know, I didn't think that I would be as confident as I am because I wanted to come in and learn, but I think my training has paid off.
Certainly has. All thumbs up from all of the team here. Well done, Ashton. Hopefully you have a great time.
Thank you.
Bit of confusion in the pit lane between the Pro BMW number 25 and the Pro Lamborghini. That's the 63 TR3 car. They came in with the Lamborghini ahead, and I'm not sure whether the Lamborghini was missing its pit, but certainly it got caught in the wrong place and couldn't get around the BMW, so confusion happening there in the pit lane.
He was ahead of the BMW.
Yes, it was,
but he couldn't decide where he wanted
to stop.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
That was very strange.
I'm looking at the data, Jeremy, on Pete Waterani's car, and I've got his last pit stop 23 laps ago with 3 laps of yellow. Did he come in on 119? Did he come in on lap 119 as well? Because that's a very long lap.
He came in on 107, and then he came in on 128. He was the first of the leaders to pit on this sequence, but he's now done, 13 laps since his last stop.
Okay, thank you. I see what's happened. That part of the timing is not up to date for some reason.
Actually, the 24 car should have been coming in ahead of the number 63. He was ahead of him. Not quite sure what happened there down the pit lane. But when we saw those cars, the Lamborghini was ahead of the BMW, wasn't it?
Yes, in the pit lane.
Not quite sure why, because there was there was about better part of 20 seconds between them on the racetrack, according to the scoring, isn't there? This is really weird.
Yeah,
something strange is happening. I don't know.
I'm not entirely certain that what we're seeing data-wise is being backed up by what we're seeing with our eyes, which is always a bit of a weird one. Just over 7 hours to go. The GTD Pro Lexus is in the pit lane.
Yep, and that is Ben Barnick getting out, Jack Hawksworth getting into the number 14 car. He comes into the pits in the probably about the second position actually in GTD Pro. Was it a 25 car that was in BMW that was in the pit? No, 24.
24. It was Philip, and Philip Eng's just got in that car. He's just left.
Bizarre.
Let me check to see if the 25 was in as well. Yes, Conor De Filippi was in as well, and he's just going out. So the 2 BMWs were in, so it would have been the 25 car from Conor that was with the TR3 Lamborghini. So that, at least that one we have cleaned up. In the meantime, Tony Vilander has jumped in his Ferrari and left the pits with a brand new set of Michelin tyres. The number 25 and 63 cars have been reported to the stewards, or at least that is under investigation.
Yeah, that'll be the pit lane.
That is that pit lane incident, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so that does answer it. That's Conor De Filippi, and the 63 is the TR3 Lamborghini, the bright green car. Right. So as much action in the pit lane as there is on the track at the moment. So let me just remind you that you're listening here in Central Florida via Highlands Best Country, WWOJ 99.1. Those of you expecting to hear your favourite mix of new country and the classics are, well, not this afternoon, I'm afraid, and not through till this evening. You don't want to ask me for any country hits, although I'd give it a go if I was asked. We've got Sebring all the way through. Shea was suggesting Migraine Tractor by Jason.
Is that number 11 car again? That's
yes, it is.
2 spins in the last couple of laps. It's Jonathan Bomarito showing the wheel of that car.
Shows how tricky things are, Jeremy, isn't it?
2 spins in the last 3 or 4 laps.
So, here around the area, WWOJ 99.1 FM as well as News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3 FM. IMSARadio.com. Maybe today a bit more like John Pardee and Tequila Little Time with You. I completely agree with that. It's a 12-hour race, isn't it? Got to keep on going somehow. It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Joe Bradley and Shea Adam in the pit lane, and it's Rob Lomas back in London who's getting us out to the world for all of those of you who are listening. Thank you as well to our camera operators. We say this at every broadcast, but they've been through it this week, particularly our techs as well, who've had to run all of the cables, etc., into a brand new TV and broadcast compound on the outside of turn 17. Ben Keating has come in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport Orica. He was the pole sitter, and we'll keep an eye on that, as well as Jordan Taylor from the lead in GTD Pro for Corvette Racing, and he's now out of that car. driver change there, and the end of another race hour. 7 hours still to go, 5 gone. 2022 IMSA second event of the year. It's the 70th Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advance Auto Parts. Waiting for the fuel for the Corvette number 3. It's pulled, it's down, it's gone, and coming out of the pit lane to rejoin, as Mikkel Jensen, by the way, is taking over the PR1 Mathiasen Motorsport from Ben Keating in the LMP2 category. Might have kept the lead there. Fritz van Aert behind the Racing Team Netherlands number 29. I'll see them go across the next timing loop. It was Nicky Katzberg, by the way, that got into the Corvette number 3 and took over from Jordan Taylor. Another great stint by Ben Keating. I mean, you said he would be hot and bothered after the last one. He's recovered, he's got back in, he's done a bit more time. He's having a great weekend. I hope we're not jinxing him there.
Well, he's having a great season.
Well, he is, but I mean, just an extraordinary weekend here under the most difficult of weather conditions in particular.
Yeah, and the minimum drive time for LMP2, LMP3 and the GTD classes is 3 hours. So
not be that far away.
Not be that far off, really.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of penalties coming through. Will not surprise you to know that the TR3 Lamborghini with a pit lane violation is going to get a drive-through. And there's another one there as well, which is the 47 Chetila Racing, which was a pit lane speed violation. 3 clicks, but enough to get a drive-through for that car. Let's go to Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
Molly Jacobsen just got out of the Sean Creech, number 33 in LMP3. So far, so good, Molly?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough start of the race, and we were quite far down. And yeah, Lars did a good job, didn't make any damage on the car, even though he had a little spin. But yeah, then the safety cars played our way, and Joel did a really good stint, and I jumped in the car and brought it on the lead, so that was good.
Oh, that's incredible. Still a long race, though. Have you guys got a plan that you stick to?
Yeah, I mean, now Lance is back in the car, and during this stint he will be finished. So then for the rest of the race, it will be Joel and me who will share the car.
Right, and so are you guys are obviously the bullets in the gun for take the car to the finish?
Yeah, I mean, Joel is a really quick driver and has a lot of experience and have won a lot of races. So yeah, we should have a good chance at the end of the race if we keep it on the black stuff.
And as a young driver, Malte, you've got a great teammate there in Yao. Are you learning much?
Yes, a lot. I mean, Joel have got so much experience that he can learn us a lot, like managing the traffic and stuff like that. And that's the key in the race, to bring home a good result.
You've proved that so far. Well done, guys. I'm not going to say anything more. I don't want to hex anything. I don't want to spoil it. Well done, guys.
Pit stop, the Cadillac number 5. It is Tristan Vautier back aboard this car. Loic Duval getting out. So that's a nice long break for Tristan. 4 new tires and a load of fuel. So they didn't give him a windshield tear off, but they did give him a nice clean off.
Here comes the 63 TR3 Lamborghini to answer its pit lane violation. Drive through for that one. Seemed as though, did he actually run past his pit, or did he just get completely lost on the pit lane? Didn't see the guy standing out. They're not allowed to stand on the pit lane.
I don't know.
They're a little bit. I think they're a little bit further back down the pit lane. So I think it did run long, and it disadvantaged the number 25 BMW, albeit that car is a few laps down because of the problems early on with that car. So it should have pulled in before the BMW pit and just got lost. Now, the best thing there was that they didn't put it into reverse, because if they'd done that, that would have been instant DQ, disqualification. You are not allowed to reverse on the pit lane. You can be pushed back, but not under power. Hello to Moni Elysium at IMSA Radio. Good to hear you are tuned in, Moni. Hope you and Billy are well. Don't forget, we've got our Michelin post-race tech show coming up tonight. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Already started to get questions in for that. One that we can answer this afternoon, actually. Not sure who is closest to the 79 Porsche, the WeatherTech car. Well, yesterday's show, you'll remember that one of the Porsches, I think it was the 88 Porsche in WEC, had a door mirror fall off, or was knocked off, and so they changed doors, and they changed the door to a WeatherTech liveried door, because it was easier to change the door than the mirror. So did WeatherTech get the door back? Serious question from Alan Prosser. It's a good one as well. See if we can find that one out this afternoon. Rob Chalmers, 5 hours into all the BMWs still have their diffusers. Yes, they do. So, yes is the answer to that, Rob. Bill Oberlin giving us a Bill Oberlin is 500th race for BMW, by the way, today. Giving us a very detailed explanation of what went wrong, what they knew about what had happened at Daytona. It's all about the aero and the rake of the cars and how much stress that was putting on the diffusers under the back of those BMW M4 GT3s. And whilst he admitted that BMW had strengthened some of the mounting points, it was more to do with the setup and the rake of the car. So important, that ride height at the back to suck the car at the road, and that was giving them some issues. That was basically sucking that diffuser so close to the ground it was breaking it off. Given that they'd had to make some changes to the car as a result of the balance performance tweaks that were brought in, so that's why they lowered the car to try and overcome that deficit.
Julian Andlauer, 79 WeatherTech Racing Porsche. How's it been going for you guys so far?
Well, I would say it's pretty tough. We suffer a little bit because of the conditions. You know, it's really, really hot out there. And with the Porsche, it looks like we suffer a lot with the rear axle. So, yeah, we try to keep a good pace. Maybe save a little bit of fuel, you know, because now we are close to be one lap down, maybe already one lap down. So maybe a yellow can save it, but I mean, so far we just need to keep our pace instead of trouble. Tonight when it's gonna be cooler, maybe we'll be able to fight a bit more, but so far honestly we're struggling.
We're still not even halfway though, so there is a lot of time to make up that ground. We're still not halfway, so there's a lot of time left in the race to make up that ground.
Yeah, sure, and most of the time gonna be on this condition, so for sure we need to survive, we need to make the best out of it, and for this we just need to drive smooth, stay out of trouble, on track, no contact, and then we will see for the 2-3 last hours.
Someone noticed on Twitter a WeatherTech Racing door Porsche on a WEC car last night. It was your WEC car, wasn't it?
Well, it was the door from last year, you know, the RSA that was racing in IMSA, that's why. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we saw that the car and it was faster like this with the door, so.
Mixing and matching worked. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, spotted as well by Rob Lomas, our producer back in London. Proton Competition, of course, ran the WeatherTech Porsche in the European Le Mans Series last year, so maybe they didn't have time to rewrap the spare door. Excellent spot by Rob, and there's the answer to that question. Hello to Nathan Jashop, loving the action from Sebring drawing up plans to finish off the basement. Not sure where you are, Nathan, but a bit of home improvement, always good for the soul, isn't it? Particularly if you're a bit handy. Good luck with that. At IMSA Radio if you'd like to get in touch with us. BMW is going very nicely today here. In GTD Pro, it is WeatherTech that's leading, but it's Jules Gunon in the Mercedes part of the WeatherTech Racing entry by 3.2 seconds from Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette and the BMW Team RLL M4 with Philippe Eng in third position. Here comes the Whelen Cadillac number 31, Chip.
No driver change going on down here, but there is a drinks bottle change because Pippa Durrani will need that. They're doing new Michelin tires on this car. Sounded like a nut actually went in the wrong direction, the center locking nut for the wheels, but I guess it was just the air gun skipping over it. No, it was left front. There was an issue there. They have completed all the tire change now, waiting for the car to drop off the air jack. There it goes. And now just the fuel. So all that frantic energy, all that nervousness over a wheel nut going in the wrong direction, it's all for naught because the fueling was still going on, and Pipo knows nothing of what just happened in the pit stop besides the fact that he's got new rubber.
And a full tank of VP Racing fuel. That was about right for that car this time, Jeremy?
22 laps.
Yeah, agreed.
Good to have another different car. This will be the 5th different car to have led the race. The number 02 car. This is our... my 9th lead change.
2 full course yellows for a total of 12 laps and 47 minutes, just over. Looking at a predicted 318 laps if we keep up this pace at the moment.
Really? That's 30 laps less than the last few years.
That'll extend because the computer takes into account the average lap times during the 2 full course yellows. So the longer we go green, the further out that will go, of course.
The race distance here is 349 laps. That was last year. In 2020, 2019 and 2017, there was just 1 lap less, 348 than 349 for last year. So, for the last 5 years, it's been just 1 lap difference in 12 hours. That's incredible.
Oh, the difference a windshield tear-off makes. That's what Alex Lynn is currently thinking because the team just gave him one, and all of a sudden, he can see clearly now. It is long. We've got fuel going on for this car still. It was 4 new Michelin tires. Not vacating the seat, not quite yet.
Quite pleasant day out there in terms of the sunshine now. Track temperature still staying around the mid-20s Celsius with still a little bit of overcast there. 32 in the air. So getting a bit toasty, even more toasty, but the humidity, which was 90% earlier on today, has dropped down to a barely noticeable 53%. That's still hot, that, Jeremy, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's a massive difference.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge.
Charlie, it's a lot more comfortable, or a lot less uncomfortable, let's put it that way, than it was earlier today.
Says the guys in the booth in the air conditioning.
Yeah, quite, but no.
It was hell in here yesterday, the air conditioning field, I tell you. Right in the middle of the WEC race, John de Geese and I,
really?
yes, I was standing here. I'd come dressed for a couple of press conferences as well, but fortunately I brought some shorts with me, and when I was on my own in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, I did a very quick change. Your legs are a very good balance, very good for balancing your temperature. They're nature's radiators, intercoolers, if you will. So getting a bit of air around them did help. In comes the Ally Cadillac.
Mike Rockefeller staying aboard this car, but they are doing a drinks bottle change. Remember, data sticks had to be changed between hours 3 and 5, but they did make that cut off a bit earlier on. We've got 4 new Michelin tires for this car as well. A little bit of trouble getting the left rear air gun to actually remove the wheel And now the car comes off the air jacks, new drinks bottle goes back over the wall. Ooh, they gave him a good old-fashioned water bottle with a straw, too. So Rocky getting a bit of extra nutrition during that stop. A little bit of extra hydration, and away he goes. He's refueled, and so is the car.
Those Cadillacs do sound very good, even on takeover. Biggest engine cubic capacity in the series.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting battle here. So after this round of pit stops, before the round of pit stops began, it was number 31 car by about 3 seconds or thereabouts over the number 2 car. After the pit stops, however, the number 02 car with Alex Lynn still at the wheel is now ahead of the number 31 car of Pipo Derani. So no driver changes during that latest sequence of stops. But the fact that the number 02 car went 1 lap longer and apparently had a pretty good in-lap as well, was able to get him out ahead of number 31 car. So we'll see whether Derani can redress that balance. We've got number 10 car out in front at the moment. And I would expect that car. It's now done, it'll be 20 laps next time around for the number 10 car. I'll expect it to be in shortly thereafter. For its scheduled stop. So we've now had, that's another lead change, isn't it? 02. We've now got 10 lead changes. We've got 5 different cars have led the race. We've 152 laps completed by our race leader, which is now Philip Albuquerque in the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, and he does owe us a pit stop pretty soon.
And it'll be Ricky getting into that car when he does come down the pit lip.
I've asked the question of a couple of different people, how all of a sudden the GTD pros have been separated from the GTDs by a lap. If nobody can answer that one, I'd be curious to know.
I'm trying to pull up a little bit of timing and going back for it, but obviously trying to do that in between doing everything else.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, well, quite. Don't even know where you'd start to look at it, actually. But it all of a sudden happened around about lap 115 or so. Right when as we went back to green after that most recent caution period, for the lap 115 or so of the GTD field. Anyhow, 153 laps completed. Still number 10 car stays out. So this is now 20 laps completed by that number 10 car. That has been, well, actually it's been a while since it's done a full green stint, but generally running 22 lap stints in number 10. So I would expect Philip Albuquerque to bring that car onto the pit lane. I was going to say next time around, and
he's actually
here
here
he is right now.
Yeah, spot on, Jeremy. He was listening to you on 99.1, obviously, as he came round. Adam is waiting for that car to come to a halt. This is the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, 7 seconds away from the leader as he crossed the line.
I'm standing in front of the car this time, John. I'm giving you a different listening experience to the pit stop. And they are doing 4 new tires. Philippe Albuquerque with the good grace to run back over to the wall, holding his seat insert. So clearly he's letting us know that he's not tired after doing the double, including yesterday's race where he drove an LMP2 car. And someone forgot to tell him he wasn't supposed to be in the fastest class. He was up to 2nd place after turn 1. There we go. Taylor hop off and away with the nice big cloud of smoke. I approve of that burnout, Ricky.
Amazing to me how quickly they can change 4 tyres, put a full tank of VP Racing fuel in, and put the driver in.
Yeah, so just 21 laps on that stint actually for the number 10 car. Number 60, last sequence came in on the same lap as number 10, but it stayed out 1 more lap, and now it becomes the 6th different car to lead this race. That's kind of a 60 then in the lead for the first time. Tom Blomqvist is driving it at the moment. I expect him to come onto pit lane next time around. He's on his 2nd go around now. He did a double stint to start off with, and Oliver Jarvis drove for. They both did 42 laps. Then Stoffel Van Dorn drove the better part of 50 laps with a fair bit of caution in there as well before handing back over to Tom Blomqvist.
Joe Bradley
is in now.
Joe Bradley with more problems for the car-barn Lamborghini. That car, remember, overheated earlier on, had to go behind the wall. Joseph, what's up now?
I'm just checking it's not going behind the wall now. It's been onto its pit apron in front of its crew. It's now peeled off. And from what I can see, it's going back out on track. Now, what happened was the car pulled in, they took the engine cover off and had a look. Now, I'm not sure whether that was clearly just an inspection. Let me see if I can grab one of the team to say, what were you guys looking for there? Ask him. It was you who looked. What were you guys looking for under the engine cover?
Let me grab crew chief.
All right, he's going to get me an answer, guys. I'll get back to you.
Well, Philippe Albuquerque doesn't even look that tired. He assures me that he is, though. It's a difficult stint in any condition when it's the middle of the day in this heat. But how much more exhausting is it having done all the driving you did yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday as well, I did the start of the race, which was with this heat. And, oh man, I think my body is just so hot over the last days that I think that's the hard part. I just checked with my physio now that my heart rate during the race was 140. But I feel way more tired just because of the temperature. So I believe this was the hardest one for me. So Ricky now will suffer as well a little bit. But then for the night, I think will be way easier.
140 is not a high heart rate for exercising like you are when you're driving the race car. So I've heard a couple of people say it's hotter when you get out of the car and then the endorphins sort of wear off. Is that true?
It feels like, because I came out and I was expecting like 170, 180 heart rate beat, and he told me 140. Like, it doesn't feel like that, you know that? And I'm just here a little bit exhausted, but I think it's just that we stop and the body starts to warm it up, and I feel all the temperature in my head and just like my blood circulating super fast, trying to cool down, and I think that's the hard part of it.
It's going okay for you guys so far, though? You feeling good about your Acura?
So this was my first stint. I was not really particularly feeling 100% there. Obviously, there is some adaptation, especially in the first stint. It seems to me that I didn't have the pace to the Cadillacs at the moment. Hopefully, as the night comes down, we start to catch back. It seemed like we were catching back a little bit the car in front, but still, I think there is more to come from my side. So from my side, I'm like 90%, so I hope that in the night stint I go to the 100.
Thanks, Philippe.
Thank you.
So as I reported earlier, problems for the 39 carbon Lamborghini. They're still going through the process of checking things, and that's what we saw. We saw the engine cover off, a bit of a visual inspection. They're trying things still early in development with this car, this team, so they're just using this now as a bit of a test session. They know they've dropped out of contention, so they're just trying bits and pieces.
Joe Bradley and Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre has Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindorf, and we're cruising gently towards the halfway mark here of the 2022 Sebring Mobil 1 12 Hours, presented by Advance Auto Parts. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Cars spread out rather nicely around the circuit, with the leader at the moment. Let's have a VP Racing Fuels update, actually, as we're just on 3:30 here. Tristan Vautier leads by 3 seconds for JDC Miller Motorsports. It's the Mustang sampling car, the black and gold car. From Alex Lynn in second for Cadillac Racing, the 02. It's the black front, the red rear. Then Pipo Derani, 31, Whelen Engineering. 4 seconds further back. Top six made up by Mike Rockefeller in the Ally Cadillac, the number 48. Can't miss that one. White with the shaded purple stripes. Connington Minolta Acura is gloss black with blue. That's the number 10. And he's another 6 seconds further back. About the same distance back again. Tom Blomqvist in the pink with the white and striped sides of MSR, racing with Curb and Agajanian. Tom Blomqvist, as I say, in the number 60 car. LMP2 led by Mikkel Jensen comfortably at the moment. Fritz van Aert is second, so that's the 52 PR1 Matheson Autosport, and the Wins car leading the 29 bright yellow Jumbo sponsored car. In LMP3, Rasmus Lind, Performance Tech, the number 38, has 40 seconds on Sean Creech Motorsports 33. Lance Willseat behind the wheel of that one. That's the Stars and Stripes coloured car. He's got a bit of a scrap on his hands, though. because Felipe Fraga is coming very quickly in the Riley Motorsports. That's the orange and blue number 74. And down to just 3.5 seconds last time across the line. Gilles Gounon is behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG GT3 for WeatherTech Racing. That's the number 97 car, and he's 4.2 seconds ahead of the BMW number 24. That's Philippe Eng. They're lapping in roughly the same lap times at the moment. Nicky Katzberg pushing along Philippe Eng. He's got down to under a second, so that's third place for the yellow number 3 Corvette. Fourth place in that category, Jack Hawksworth for the Lexus RCF GT3 number 14. That's the one that lost part of its livery early on the bonnet, just in front of the windscreen. And the top 6 in that category made up with Philippe Nazar for Pfaff Motorsports. That's the driveway Porsche, the number 9 car, and Tom Long for Racers Edge Motorsport in the Acura NSX, the number 93. That's the red car. In GTD itself, Daniel Juncadella for Gilbert Korthoff Motorsport. They're having a good run in the number 32 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. Russell Ward is behind the wheel of the Win Ward Racing number 57. That's the Tecamet sponsored car. And Tony Vielander in the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari is in third. And they are separated by about 30 seconds, those 3 cars, with 10 seconds of that between the first and the second. VP Racing Fuel updates those. The cars, at the moment at least, are making power. Damage for Chetelaar and their Ferrari. And now, was that a bit of a coming together or some other issue? Not certain of that, but he's trying to stay out of the way at the moment of the other cars. Certainly has lost a lot of pace in that number 47 car, and that at the moment is costing that car time around the circuit. Coming to the end of the lap. Full course caution, pits are closed. So there's something has happened out on the... So it was turn 3, I'm being told now, for Chetelaar Racing. He went off the circuit and rejoined. Impact at turn 3 is what I'm hearing now. Impact at turn 3 from race control. Full course yellow, our third of this 2022 12-hour event. So who does this benefit, Jeremy? Who does this hurt?
Doesn't really make a huge amount of doesn't have a huge amount of ramifications, I don't think, amongst the leaders. They're all spaced apart quite a bit. I did get an answer from race control. Thank you very much indeed. They say about my question as to how the GTD classes got split up. It says they operate as separate classes for wave-by procedures. I don't remember that.
Okay,
I don't remember that happened previously, so I've asked for clarification on this. Seems weird.
Well, that's interesting, because they started them as a single class.
Yeah, quite. And
they were mixed in at the start of the race.
That's the first time I've heard that one, so I don't know. I'll just ask whether that's new.
To be fair, somebody did tweet that they had done a class split from GTD Pro to AM when that happened, and I didn't think that was the case, so I apologise to those. Number 20 down the pit lane, that is high class, but that is a closed pit lane. It was the Chetelaar Ferrari that went off at turn 3.
Entered a closed pit.
Well, that car is damaged, and that is in the pit lane. That's down and gone. I suspect that car was just having a tyre replaced. Yes, it was. Left front would be my guess, looking at the damage. So that will class as emergency service. Hugo de... all right, now, so the reason that we've gone full course yellow is the Chetelaar car went off at turn 3 and deranged the barriers. It has continued, but the barriers need repairing. Right. So out of turn 1, apparently, not turn 3, is where it went off. Right. And that was the losing of the back end of that car. And just, wow, the rear wing sprung back into position, but a damaged left front tyre has been replaced under emergency service, as now it will be down to the track services, the brilliant track services team, to get things sorted here. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who's standing by patiently with an even more patient Hugo de Wilde.
Hugo, out of the Mulder Motorsport America, number 6. Hugo, you're coming back after that car getting involved in that incident. How things are going?
Yeah, I mean, our race for sure, our hopes of victory are over now, so we are doing our best to take as much experience as possible to prepare the rest of the season.
Is that something that you just have to sort of focus on the race driving rather than where you're going to finish then?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just focusing on myself, how I can improve as a driver, and also I try to give as much feedback as possible to the team to keep improving for the remaining stints.
And was the car damaged in any way? What happened?
I'm not so sure. I had quite a lot of vibration, a lot of pickup on the tires. I think, yeah, it's for everyone the same. The track is really greasy, so we just have to adapt as much as we can.
Thanks, Hugo.
Couple of updates from the pit lane. We've had the 25 BMW come into the pits and go straight behind the wall. It did enter a closed pit, but it went back to its garage area, so it didn't stop in the box. That's effectively serving a drive-through. It has been in before, but that's the one that had the power steering issue, so he's having more issues as of now. We had the 20 high-class racing LMP2 car. That one was an emergency service for fuel only. They took the 5 seconds and carried on. It was 5 seconds worth of fuel for Cheddalar as well. That left front tire, John, that you were speculating about, there were still white marks on it, so that was definitely not replaced unless they had a similarly damaged Michelin waiting over the wall, which I highly doubt. And the other news is that the Paul Miller Racing BMW is back from behind the wall after more than an hour of work going on that car. They think there is some serious damage to the frame of the car, though.
Shea Adam down there in the pit lane. Before that, Joe Bradley. Second stint of the race about to happen for Bill Oberlin in his 500th competitive run for BMW, 500 race for BMW. And what a stat that is, what a statistic. You cut Bill open, he'd bleed blue and white, wouldn't he? He'd have the BMW propeller inside, pass around starting, so we'll have to watch the GTD and GTD Pros here, Jeremy, see if there's laps changed. No, I know.
I just don't remember seeing that split between the classes before, but I guess I wasn't paying attention.
Well, what put me off on that particularly was the fact that they didn't split the classes at the start of the race.
Well, no, and well, they haven't done any of the other previous cautions either. But then
they're basically lined up as they'd
they've all been on the lead lap, and therefore,
yeah.
I guess I guess what happened then is, okay, fine. What happened then is that, finally got it clear in my mind, I presume the GTD leader, as opposed to the GTD Pro leader, had been lapped one more time by the overall race leader.
Yes.
So therefore, oh, crikey, okay, that makes it complicated. So therefore, the cars that were still on the lead lap in GTD Pro can get the wave around and get back into position behind their GTD Pro leader.
Yeah.
But the GTD cars, non-pro, stay where they are, a lap down
and the
on the overall classification.
And the crucial part of that was that even any GTD Pro cars who were behind the GTD leader would have been allowed to go back around.
Right.
So taking them out of that battle.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah. And that's the crucial part of that.
It is, yes.
And I kind of understand that if you're running those as two separate classes, which they are,
yep,
and you're running them for two separate championships, which they are, and two separate points, which they are, that makes perfect sense.
Absolutely right, it does.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed it before, and in the early cautions of this race, of course, all the GTD cars were on the same lap. So
yeah, they weren't being split by the overall leader.
They were on the lead lap here in terms of the GTD, but not with the overall race
Correct,
leader.
Exactly so. So it was the position of the overall race leader that set that situation in motion.
Yeah, so now then, we have, with the pass around now, we have 7 GTD Pro cars on the lead lap. They are number 97, 24, 3, 14, 93, 63 and 9. And at least 3 of those have just got the wave around. They were between the safety car and the class leader, so they have moved past the cars in front of them, past the safety car, and now taken up position at the back of the field, so they are in their correct positions on the road in their class. In GTD, and the GTD Pro leader is 18th overall. That's Jules Gounon in car number 97. Still not quite clear how the number 97 car got into the lead of the class, but that's irrelevant at this stage. In GTD, Daniel Juncadella in the number 32 Gilbert Korthoff car leads then the class from the similar Mercedes, so he managed to get past Russell Ward a little while ago. So Mercedes 1-2 there, 32.57. Then the Ferrari, Tony Wieland, car number 21. The BMW of Robbie Foley is in 4th position. Scott Andrews taking his opportunity to join the Vasser Sullivan Lexus team in car number 12 is in 5th place. Paul Holton is in 6th position, number 59 Crucial Motorsports McLaren, also on the lead lap in GTD. Spencer Pompelli, car number 44, the 28 of Daniel Morad, and I think that's the last of what cars on the lead lap. Pit stops leaders.
Fuel only for the 2 Whelen Engineering Cadillacs, and it was fuel only for the Wayne Taylor Konica Minolta Acura. Fuel only for the MSR Acura as well, but a very slow getaway from their box drops them down to 4th. And now we see movement from the number 5 Mustang Sampling Cadillac. They also were fuel only. I think this was the first time I've seen fuel only stops for the DPIs, except for the 02 Cadillac Racing doing fuel and tires.
Again, because of the length of the safety car train, the cars are having to wait at the end of the pit lane. Now they've been released and carry on. So that puts everybody on the same fuel strategy again at the front of the field. It is interesting to see that the different numbers of times the cars have been down the pit lane for them all to be on exactly the same pit stop strategy. It's kind of cool. Right, so I'm now very confused because I've just got some information that completely contradicts what we've heard from race control.
No.
Yeah.
That being?
Although GTD and GTD Pro, GTD and GT Pro are scored as one class, hence the reason there's no split between them. Each get their own points and their own trophies. So that's exactly the opposite from what we've just been told from race control, who said they're treating them as 2 different classes, which is why they're trying. If a GTD car is leading, that's the car that gets picked up. If it's a GTD Pro, that's the one that gets picked up. Okay, understand that
that's
bit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, understand that bit. But if it was clearly all the GTD Pros got waved around past the GTD leader.
No, because at that stage the GTD Pro car was ahead of the GTD leader, so the cars that were behind the GTD leader but had not been lapped by the GTD Pro leader, they were able to go past the other GTD cars, go around the safety car and take up position at the back of the field. That is what happened. It's difficult to follow, but that is what I have it sort of clear in mind now.
I'm leaving that to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Jeremy Shaw, he can deal with that one, and Joe's got the GTDs, all of them, Pro-Am. They all come in the pits at the same time at least.
I've actually got all of them, every single one of them, John. Where I am at the 96 pit, that's the BMW of Turner Motorsport, where Bill Oberlin is about to take his second stint of his 500th race. I heard you mention that earlier. Just getting ready to put the tyres on. Bill just being helped into the car. Further up the pit lane, it is absolute mayhem. Well, controlled mayhem, I'd like to say. Robbie Foley leaps off the pit wall there. It's a bit tight for this 96 BMW. It's the Lincoln Molly livery car. A bit tight for it to get out behind the crucial Motorsport McLaren. It does so. Not quite a struggle with one fell swoop. Phil Oberlin already's on his way. I'll just move up the order. It's the 59 McLaren now. Not quite sure where this car is in the field. It's had its problems and dropped down the order. Paul Holton just steps out the car. Hello, Paul. Rear wheels going on. You can hear that in the background. Car, remember, allowed to keep going. There are brake changes going on. That's why this car's taking so long. Brake discs. That's brake rotors and bells and pads going on the front end of this number 59. So taking advantage of the yellow and doing a brake change. Now, if you need to change, if your brakes will last 11 hours, doesn't really matter from this point on where you do it. So you can choose at this point on. I'm not sure what the brake life is on a McLaren, but having a bit of a struggle here on the left front. Brake disc not quite going on. Now it is. Now the wheel's going on.
Joe, I reckon you probably get 8 hours out of that.
Right, so if
7 to 8 hours,
yeah,
certainly
so
more than 6, obviously, but I think 7 to 8 hours, so basically any time after 4 hours in, if you know you're going to get a long yellow, you'll do it.
And that's why they choose to do it under yellow, because you lose less track time, of course.
Absolutely right. And no mandatory stops or stop lengths in IMSA racing, for those of you perhaps used to watching GTD, GT3 racing in other series. Change of leadership in the GTD class there?
GTD Pro. It was fuel only for the 24 BMW, so it left the pit lane ahead of the 3 Corvette, and then I think it was the 97 Mercedes was the next one back out. Fuel only for that car as well. It was a data stick exchange for the 3 Corvette as they went into the cockpit. Just, slightly troubling the driver to get in there, but then changed out the USB. Now they'll bring that down to the center area to download the data with IMSA. But just a quick indication of how warm it is right now. AWA is getting ready to do another pit stop. They had said that Ori Fidani was done with his minimum drive time, but he's going to be getting back into the car because Lars Kern and Kuno Whitmer need to be kept fresh for the end of this race. And along those lines, Era Motorsport in the LMP2 category, car number 18, they have not had functioning AC all day.
Oh dear. That's going to make it a very, very long day indeed, Jeremy, without any cooling in that car.
Yeah, and that's a great thing about the modern cars here in race cars, that they do have AC systems. Here's a look at the number 93 Racers Edge Motorsport with Wayne Taylor racing. Acura coming through the Jean Lebert curves. That's got itself back on the lead lap, no, it remains on the lead lap. And running in the 5th position, Kyle Marcelli at the wheel of that car now. And that car's not been quite as quick as some of the other contenders in the GTD Pro class, but done an exemplary job. And John Maracci's group there at Racers Edge Motorsport, they told me earlier in the week that they're relying heavily on the expertise, the long distance expertise of Wayne Taylor Racing, because Maracci, he's been involved in IMSA in the past, but not for a while. So all the strategies are being called by the folks at Wayne Taylor Racing, and they're doing a nice job too, keeping that car right where it needs to be in this stage in the proceedings. Just looking a bit further back now, the Risi Ferrari that had the problems early on,
power steering,
okay, fine, is now, it's 6 laps I think off the lead. Is it? No, 5. 151. It'll be 146. Yeah, so 6 laps off the lead in GTD Pro. I think it's probably maybe gained 1 or 2 back.
Need to put something right that I said earlier on. Thanks to Ashley for letting me know. I think I said it was the 3rd full course yellow of the race, actually the 4th. Having said that, the stat screen that I'm looking at is saying it's only the 1st because it reset itself a wee while ago.
Yeah,
so,
4th,
yeah, it is the 4th. I think I'll just get rid of that and not rely on it at all and just have to remember things.
And another lead change then with number 5 car after this round of pit stops. Curiously, the number 31 car has managed to leapfrog its way or get ahead of number 02, which is right at the back. Was there a problem during that pit stop of some sort with number 02? Because I would have thought that would have come out in the lead. Instead, it's come out in 6th position. They came into the pits in the order 5, 02, 31, 48, 10 and 60. Number 5 car, that had been the first to make a pit stop during the previous sequence, so that needed more fuel than everybody else. I would have expected that car to drop back, the best place of those cars was probably number 60 in terms of fuel.
Oh, high-class car.
The order now is 31, 48, 10, 5, 02 and 60, so a bit of more shuffling than I would have anticipated.
So that's Whalen, Ally. What did you say was the next one, Bart?
Yeah, Ricky Taylor for the Konica Minolta car, then number 5 car Tristan Vautier, that's Mustang Sampling JDC, and then Alex Lynn in the Ganassi Cadillac.
Shane was watching there and might be able to shed a little light on what happened there, Shane.
02 took tires, Jeremy. Everybody else was fuel only as far as DPIs were concerned, but the 60 Meyershank Racing Acura did just come back down the pit lane. They gave the driver a drinks bottle with the straw while they were using zip ties to try and hold together some of the bodyworks over the right front wheel arch.
We've seen that before, haven't we, with some of the prototypes? That's the stress point on those.
Yep.
So, okay, we'll keep an eye on that right front, you said there, Shane, did you?
So
right front.
What did they do to that car, sorry?
They were patching up the bodywork on the number 60 car, and whilst they did that, they gave the driver a good old-fashioned drinks bottle with a straw. Damage on the right front, so it came back down a second time down the pit lane. There was all kinds of overtaking going on the back straight as we go back to green flag racing, as if there was a pass around going on. Very odd indeed. But again, an untidy restart at the front of the field. Pipo Durrani goes through in the lead for Whelen Engineering Cadillac from Mike Rockenfeller and Ricky Taylor. So 31, 48 and 10, Cadillac. And immediately a position made up then. Mike Rockenfeller dropping back one spot, and up goes Ricky Taylor from how they crossed the line. So the Acura in between the Cadillacs there. Top 5 are 4 Cadillacs and that number 10 car now in second position. Down towards turn number 10. And through it. Brilliant, Rick. Yellow flags coming up through turn 11 to turn 12 and 13. Now, I can't tell you where the green was, but I caught the yellow waving, and it was definitely from a flag post, but I'm not seeing that on the screen. So we're going to have to be careful with that on the restart from everybody, that there's no overtakes under yellow getting called. Odd that we would go back to green. Turn 12, it is the number 27 car that's gone off the road at turn 12. So that is why I think that car had been given the wave by Tom Gamble for Heart of Racing team. He's shown a stop now. There were a few cars that had dropped off the back of the field, or gone through the field rather, and they were trying to scramble back onto the rear. There's going to be a pit lane violation called again on the PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. Josh Pearson speeding in the pit lane. Don't know if it was Josh who attracted the penalty, but he's already serving it. It's going to take him out of position, is it? No, he's got a decent gap on Duncan Tappy for United Autosports. So he's racing the team that he won with yesterday. How bizarre is that? The 16-year-old spin for Milner Motorsports and a puncture on the left rear, turn 17. Now, has there been some accident damage there? Well, the Cetilar Ferrari with a bright red door on that car now, where they had damage early on, was in attendance, but it's definitely the left rear that's gone. Hard to say.
Certainly the body
and
was
also
oh
my goodness,
that's the leader.
Leader.
No, it wasn't. Sorry, it had been leading prior to the pit stops.
This is the performance tech Ligier that Jeremy's talking about. The number 38, Dan Goldberg, he's in strife as well. So the restart again. Everybody has
It's a fair amount of shuffling
gone
going on
mad.
there.
Yeah, that is at turn 3 again. Christensen corner. Still a good crowd out there. Looks like Dan is going to be able to get it pointing back in the right direction. And yellow, stationary yellows there. Corner workers waving him back onto the track to give him a safe re-entry onto the circuit. 10 minutes away from half distance. Get the memes ready. Meantime, Milner Motorsport, what an eventful week they've had, an eventful race as well in that blue and white H&R sponsored LMP car. So now that we've got started again, has everybody calmed down just a little bit? 4 o'clock on the nose here at Sebring. 10 minutes away from the end of another racing hour. We are back to green flag after the 4th full course caution of the day. At the front of the field, it's Cadillac, Acura, Cadillac, Cadillac, Cadillac. 1 second now between Pipo Derani and Ricky Taylor. 31, red and white Cadillac from Ricky Taylor's Konica Minolta Acura in second place. Made up that position on the restart. Displaced the Ally Cadillac of Mike Rockefeller, the number 48. He's dropped back round about 3 seconds. He's under pressure now from Alex Lind in the 02 Cadillac Racing. It's the black front with the red rear. Then Tristan Vautier, Mustang sampling JDC Miller Motorsports car. The dark grey with the gold in 5th position for the number 5 ahead of Tom Blomqvist. He's another second further back in the pink and white Mershank racing car. It's your in-race update, and those are the cars in DPI that are making power with VP Racing Fuels. Good restart from Pipo, and he's pulling away. He is so good on tyres that aren't up to temperature and pressure. Those opening laps after the restart. Don't know how he does it, but he does. And he has done it with consistency and, frankly, for his competitors, monotonous regularity down through the years. Some drivers just have the ability to feel the car and get
38 car behind the wall.
Yeah,
oh, no.
That is another car. That's the performance tech car that we saw off earlier on. And
yeah, it was leading the class prior to that recent round of pit stops. I'm pretty sure Rasmus Lind was driving the car, handed over to Dan Goldberg, and that incident, and that car in the pits and behind the wall. That's a shame.
That was the car that went off at turn 3. Mulner also in problems. That car out of contention, Joe, but still more issues.
Yeah, it doesn't really put a pause. It's showing 9th in the LMP3 class. However, I think there is only 9 cars, isn't it? The bodywork has come off. It's spurting out coolant from the overflow. Now that's pretty standard when a car's sat on the pit apron, but I think it's a problem, engine-related problem. Yeah. So I think they're looking towards an overheating problem. So whether that's, they're blowing air through the radiators now to try and get some coolant into the engine. Problem is, of course, you sat here static without any air flowing through the radiators, and all the thing is just boiling up, isn't it? The heat's just dissipating into everywhere.
There are 9 LMP3 cars still running. Remember, the Andretti Autosport car went out very, very early on. The car that had second, that had qualified second. In fact, I'm not even sure, as Shea's just reminded me, that they took the start of the race, they are credited with 1 lap. So they must have come straight round and back into the pits, and they went behind the wall pretty much straight away. Remember, they had the engine cover off on the grid and took the start and then came straight into the pit lane. So it's been one of those races. For the teams who've had problems, they've seemed to have had multiple problems. I think particularly of high-class racing, Milner. Going to have another penalty here. Working on the car outside of the pit box. We've had about every pit lane violation today. That is extraordinary, and that is the Sean Creech Motorsport car. Our Porsche keys to the race. Don't make mistakes, particularly in the pits.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes ago we had 5 cars pretty much battling for the lead, or certainly in contention in LMP3. Since then, 2 of them are now either having incidents or penalties or problems. Number 33 and the number 38 then both falling at least 1 lap behind the other leaders. Now 74 car leads. Felipe Fraga is leading by about 5 seconds at the moment over Dakota Dickerson. So it's a Riley Motorsports car number 74 ahead of the Junior 3 Racing car number 30. And then John Bennett is driving the Core Autosport machine in car number 54 in 3rd position. They are now the only 3 cars on the lead lap in LMP3.
Joao has served the penalty and is back out on the track. And has he fallen off the lead lap in class? I know he's fallen another lap back to the overall leader, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. Okay. Yeah, he's going through turn 9 at the moment. And where's the leader in class? Felipe Fraga is... He's going through turn 16 at the moment. Dakota Dickerson, a couple of corners behind him. So pick up some action in GTD Pro. This is for all professional drivers, factory entered cars. And that at the moment is being led by the BMW M4 GT3 of BMW M Team RLL. M being the performance arm of BMW. 50th anniversary this year, and High Class Racing have had another spin.
Has that happened before, this race?
It may have, just the odd once or twice.
Okay.
Off the circuit for the red and white number 20 car, again coming out of turn 1, and this time too wide, running out of room, got bouncy and then tried to pinch it in, but hasn't hit anything, even managed to miss the WeatherTech sign. And so that is Anders Fjordbach for High Class. They are in 6th in LMP2 and a couple of laps off the lead in their category, which at the moment is led by Mikkel Jensen for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Been a funny one, this. It really has.
Yeah, true. Agreed on that one. But still, Pipo Derani leads. Well, actually extended the gap on that lap. He had quite a bit quicker lap, working his way through some traffic than did Ricky Taylor, 48.4. So that's a good race pace for our race leader, Pipo Derani. All of a sudden, that gap went from around 1.5 seconds to 3.2 over the Acura of Ricky Taylor in 2nd position. But again, we're coming up now to that 6-hour mark. There will not be the next tranche of points, John, for the Michelin Endurance Cup will be at 8 hours. So it's 4 hours, 8 hours, and then the finish as well.
It's Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Joe Bradley at the pit out end of the pits now for DPI pit stops, and Shea Adam at the pit in. And you're listening to us around the world on IMSA Radio via imsaradio.com. We've got the World Feed TV on there if you live in a territory where there's no television deal. And around the more immediate area to Sebring, News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3. But our main programme today on Highland's Best Country, WWOJ 99.1. Hello to Barry Foster and the rest of the team and our local radio syndication. It's great to be teamed up and partnered up with you guys again, doing such great work as we get ready to go to half distance at IMSA Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with us, reminder of our Porsche keys to the race. Get to the dark and have a fast car. We could have a few fewer cars, I tell you, by the time we get to the dark. No mistakes and penalties. Well, as I said a moment or two ago, particularly in the pit lane, I think we've had penalties that I didn't even know existed. Teams have managed to break the rules on, which have been impressive. The traffic, there's been some problems in traffic, perhaps not as much as I was expecting, but there's plenty of the race to go. Be on the lead lap at sunset, that's going to be important. And the tyres. Well, so far so good. We have had some sunshine, things are warming up. There's one or two clouds bubbling up as well, and when the rain cells come up here, they bubble up very quickly indeed. There's a car smoking out of turn number 7, left-hand side. It's either a tyre rub or something more. Oh, debris being thrown off that car. I think somebody's got a puncture. It is one of the prototypes, I'm pretty certain. There's something to the left-hand rear that's dragging on the ground right in front of the number 10 Cadillac, who's Conning him an ultra accurate. That's $1 for me as well. That car's gone through, so we'll try and catch what that was. Half distance at the 2022 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. So, just to confirm that we have had half-time, and Shea and Joe have changed ends in the pit lane, and Shea's going to give us some news about Performance 10.
I walked down to their box and I saw Craig Bormeister starting to tear things down. He said, oh no, we'll be back. Gwen O'Neill pulled me in. They just sheared some drive pins earlier on, so now they're back. It's about a 5-minute fix, so the car will be back out, and as Gwen said, it's still a long race. We still have halfway to go.
Exactly so. Exactly so. Hello, Chris Suku, who's in the Ningoto Hotel. Now, I'm very envious of that, because that is the former... It's not very often I would be envious of somebody who is in a former automotive factory as a hotel. But of course, Ningoto is the venue made famous by the Italian job, the original Italian job from the 1960s, where the chase scene went onto the test track on the roof of that former Fiat factory. That is now a hotel, and Chris Suku's tuned into us from there. Very nice. Couple of busy days at work ahead, he says, and enjoying listening, and I presume watching as well via the world feed at imsaradio.com. Chris, envy from me here. What I want to know is, have you got your hire car up on the roof there yet? And also the blur feed of our regular contributors as well.
Who I met yesterday, introduced himself to me yesterday, walking around the paddock.
Yeah, quite.
Charles?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah. Porsche technician, often working while listening to Midweek Motorsport on a Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK, and at the moment that's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Eastern Time. Quite a lot of the collective members here this weekend, and some of them have been organising their own little mini meetups. Good, really good community feel here at Sebring this year. Cross the line then for another lap completed. Pipo Derani by 1.7 seconds from Ricky Taylor and Mike Rockenfeller.
Yeah, I think it was a particularly gnarly knot of traffic they had to negotiate on that lap down to the 152s. There have been actually 2 of the last 3 laps in the 52s. 48s they're doing when they have clear traffic amongst the leaders, and just shows you easily lose 3 or 4 seconds a lap negotiating slower cars, and that's just one of the things you've got to be mindful of. You're going to lose the time at some stage or another. If you lose it now, the guy you're racing with will most likely lose it in another few laps or a little bit later on. But you just got to work your way through as cleanly as possible, not make contact with anybody. That's the key. If you lose a couple of seconds here and there, don't worry about it.
People who've listened to our broadcasts a lot will know that I've said this before, but it was none other than the great Ron Fellows, the wizard of GM racing, who is here this weekend, and delighted that we're going to be going back to visit him, Linda, and the rest of the team at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park on Canada Day weekend as well this season. Ron once said that his Corvette racing team mechanics were the best on the paddock, but there was nothing that he could break that they could fix in 2 seconds. So even if you lose 2 seconds behind a car before you have to overtake, or 5 seconds, or 8 seconds, that was the point he was making.
Yeah.
There's nothing that they can fix in 8 seconds. You're much better losing that time over a lap or a couple of laps and having the car still straight so that you can battle. And that's that risk versus reward calculation. Oh, huge tyre! Oh, was that a tyre or was it a piece of bodywork coming off one of the cars? That, I think, is the car that I saw earlier on that was struggling down the Ullman Straight, one of the fastest places on the circuit. And a huge shower of debris. Looked like it may have been carbon fibre on the back straight. And what I didn't see was full course yellow. Full course yellow. Pits have been closed, and there is a car coming into the pits immediately. And he didn't make, I think that was performance. That was, it was the 47 car, I'm hearing. 47 Motorsports car.
Oh, they've had dramas in this race, haven't they? So
There was already some debris on the track that got hit by the AWA car, and that's what absolutely mangled it, but it was already there. The 11 car indeed entered the closed pit, but that debris was not from the cars as they went over it. That had already been there. It was just shredded by something else. That was a large piece of debris to be sitting in the middle of the track. So which car had already lost that? Oh, brilliant work from the tape apes. Thank you, replay. They've already found something. And a gaggle of cars.
Second car, I think. That's the Winward car.
It was the Winward car, yeah. Good spot, Jeremy. That was in the group of cars ahead of the Liquid Moly Turner car, the AWA car. So that was the 5.7 Winward Mercedes AMG. Sheesh. Great pickup by our replay team. I call them the tape apes. That's the old broadcast name for it. I do that with much affection. I hope they're not at all upset by that. Rather says more about how long I've been involved in doing these broadcasts than anything else. The replay team, I will say that. It's all digital nowadays, but it still has to be found. Great pickup by our colleagues up in Charlotte who are providing us with the pictures so we can talk to you around the track and around the world. So another full course yellow. This is the 5th then, Jeremy, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, good. I'm now just keeping them on my fingers, so I'm walking around with 5 up all the time. It does look a bit bizarre. I have got a Sharpie here that I could maybe just, you know, write it on my hand, then have to rub it off, write the next one on. It's not elegant, but it works, you know, really does. So, again, a short bit of green, just 20 minutes of green flag. So we can, if race direction decides it appropriate, we can open the pits. There's no need for it to be what's called a short yellow. My goodness me, that was a very nasty moment indeed. Let's do it very quickly before anything happens. Let's do a VP Racing Fuels update. We did the top of the field as we were going back to green last time. GTD, Mike Skeen, Gilbert Kothoff Motorsport, the number 32 Mercedes. Ahead of the 28 Allegra car, same manufacturer, and Phil Ellis for Winward Racing, which we think lost that bodywork panel, or perhaps part of the under tray. Phil Ellis behind the wheel of that car. Mercedes-AMG GT3 first, second and third, with Bill Oberlin in his 500th race for BMW, and Turner Motorsport in that. Well, he wasn't that far behind that because he was the one who had to avoid the shredded piece of bodywork in the Liquid Moly Turner Motorsport number 96. Then Spencer Pumpelly for Aston Martin and Magnus Racing, the number 44. They've fought their way back up after some problems earlier on. Simon Mann for AF Corsa for Ferrari is 6th in the GTD class. 7th Scott Andrews for Vassar Sullivan in the number 12 Lexus RCF, the yellow and black car. 8th Patrick Gallagher for Crucial Motorsports in the metallic bronze McLaren 720, that's the number 59 car. 9th Ollie Milroy in the other McLaren, that's the darker coloured car, the Inception car with the red stripes on it. That's the number 70. And winding up the top 10, Chetilar Racing with the mostly blue and white, but with the red driver's door, red left-hand side door. Giorgio Sernagiotto in the 47 car. That's your top 10 in GTD. In GTD Pro, it is BMW M4 GT3 of Team RLL, BMW M Team RLL, Philip Eng in the 24 car, Gilles Gunon for WeatherTech Racing in second in their Mercedes, that is the 97 car. Then Corvette Racing with the bright yellow number 3, it's Nicky Katzberg driving that. Or as you'd imagine, all these cars are line astern. Lexus RCF GT3, Jack Hawkes with the 14 car. It's the one that doesn't quite have all the livery towards the back edge of the bonnet beside the bottom of the windscreen. That peeled off earlier on. The Pfaff Motorsports driveway Porsche, Felipe Nasser, the number 9 in 5th position. That's the plaid coloured car. TR3 Racing is the bright green Lamborghini. All still on the lead lap, these cars, by the way. Andrea Caldarelli in that car. That's the 63. Carl Marcelli for Racers Edge Motorsport. That's the red Acura NSX GT3. Next up in 7th place, and rounding up the top 8, Julian Andlau for WeatherTech Racing in the 79 Porsche. All on the lead lap in class. In LMP3, Riley Motorsports leading in the blue and orange number 74. Felipe Fraga from Dakota Dickerson in second for Junior 3 Racing, and third John Bennett for Core Autosport. And for the other two classes, let me just quickly refresh as they're coming around. Gives us the chances we're starting to get. Well, we've got the guys in. It was Pete Durrani that came in first for Mike Rockenfeller and Ricky Taylor. Whelen Engineering, Allied Cadillac and Konica Minolta. Joe Bradley has those pit stops. And that is your VP Racing Fuels update.
It's going to put these cars exactly on the same strategy again. Fuel top-up going on. No driver change on Shire on the Meershank Racing number 60. Oh, and it's a race off pit road with the number 10 Konica Minolta car, and it just gets ahead of Meershank. And then we've got the Mustang sampling car, then the Allied car, and then the Whelen car. There goes the number 2. I think he didn't have a choice but to slot in behind the Allied car. The Whelen car got up pit road very quickly and then had to kill all of its speed to avoid a collision, I think. So what it gained on the pit apron, it lost in the race to the pit exit.
So they came in with Whelen, then Allied Cadillac, then Konica Minolta Acura, then Cadillac Racing 02, then Tristan Fortier. They have not gone out in that order. I'll give you that in a moment as Shay tells us what happened in the other classes further up the pit lane.
I was watching the LMP3 stops for Riley. It was fuel and tires for Felipe Fraga as well as a new drinks bottle. But for Core, number 54, defending race winners from a year ago, brake change on the front going on right now. That is no driver change, so John Bennett staying aboard and just waiting for the front pads to be inserted on the right-hand side. There we go. Now they're done. New tires are going on, and this car is going to be sent out. Nice manipulative use of the safety car to do the brake change under yellow instead of a green. I like it from Colin Brown and his dad.
If you know you've got to do it, then you might as well take the opportunity to do it under full course yellow.
Yeah, I think we saw a few cars do that a little bit earlier in the race, didn't they? At Daytona, there was a mandatory brake change that all the teams had to had to do in LMP3. That's a car that's not really designed for 24-hour races, and therefore they knew they were going to have to do that in order to basically ensure that the teams don't spend an inordinate amount of money to make sure they can make the brake pad change any faster. There was a minimum time allotted of 4 minutes at Daytona. Last year it was 8 minutes.
Yeah,
this year it's 4 minutes.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
But there's no mandatory requirement for here in the 12 hours of Sebring. I don't think. I'm sure it isn't.
Before the GTDs come in, let's quickly recap what's happened in the first half of the race. Can't do every single incident, but it was an action-packed first 5 or 10 minutes. That would take us 6 hours to go through it all, to be honest. We had a number of the major contenders in various classes, including the Andretti Autosport prototype, the 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac, all with problems, all having to go behind the wall. Engine problems for both of those two that I've mentioned. Both Heart of Racing Aston Martins had issues and were behind the wall. We had some overheating for a couple of cars as well. We had a diff problem for the right Porsche. The high-class racing car has been hit, has hit people, has spun, has had all kinds of pit penalties. The red and white number 20 car has been in bother pretty much all day, but it is still running. We had Juan Montoya unable to avoid a spinning car in front of him. That took the Dragon Speed car out just after he'd taken that car over, and he hit the back of the number 1 Paul Miller racing car. That put that car behind the wall for a while, but that has come back out and is still running. And here comes the GTs. Shea Adam will take the GTD Pros. Joe has the GTD leader. Shea first.
We've got Turner Motorsport in, windshield tear-off fuel and no tires for that car. Fuel only for the Tecamet-sponsored 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. No driver change there. Fuel only for the Gilbert Potthorpe Mercedes. That also having its service completed, but it's fuel, tires, and driver change for the 21 Ferrari. That is Luis Perez come back, tanking back over that machine. Joe?
That's the car getting underway. It's in second place in GTD Pro. We almost have a collision with the WeatherTech 97 and a 32 Mercedes. Almost had a Mercedes coming together there. And we're still very busy on pit road. That's the car just making their way out. There's the WeatherTech Porsche 79 out as well. And how we avoid a collision in this pit stop chaos, I'll never know.
They're being very careful and very sensible. It is organised chaos, isn't it, when that happens and everybody comes in together. 53 cars started the race. I would say we've only had one official retirement, and that is the number 81. But
and the 42, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they told us they were out, didn't they? I think.
Jared Andretti, number 36, also a official retirement, unofficial retirement, as well as Juan Montoya's number 81 Oreca, Lamborghini Huracan as well. The 42, that was the NTE car. That looks like it's an official retirement as well. It's been greyed out. Other cars that have had issues are way down the field. The Repinto de Andrade Oreca, that's the number 8 Tower car. That's been stopped for quite a long time, as has the 27 Heart of Racing Aston. That did get back out from behind the wall, but I think that's gone back again back to the paddock area. Whether we see that one again, I'm not sure. And same for Renger van der Zande and the rest of the 01 Cadillac DPI team.
Yeah, that is circulating.
That is still circulating, and it's been going all right for a little while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think
Gradients
so.
had their problems as well, but they're back out.
33 laps behind is that car. Number 62 Ferrari, we talked about that a little while ago. That has gained another its laps back, so now I think just 5 laps behind the leaders in GTD Pro.
That's the racing competition car. Both that and the BMW had power steering problems.
Yeah.
The Gradient NSX Acura, their young Acura Academy driver had an accident at the exit of turn 1, and then the car cut out on him as he was trying to get that car back as well, given Simpson. So that car was delayed, but again that car is running again. And I'm trying to remember any others. As I think I mentioned the right car with the diff, didn't I? That was the 16 car. The number 7 Duquesne, that car I think has been parked up for quite a long time as well. The 47 Motorsports car, that's been in and out. Anthony Mantella, the last one to bring that one in. And it's all gone very quiet all of a sudden, which always worries me.
Yeah, the final wave by happening now, so that's any cars that are trapped between the safety car, which leads the pack, and the individual class leaders. And there's a few cars that are taking advantage of this to get one lap back on in their respective classes. It's not applicable in DPI because all 6 cars that haven't had major problems are running still on the lead lap, and all of them incidentally have led this race at one stage or another. In LMP2, there's a couple of cars that did take advantage of this, including the number 11 car. The number 52 still leads by one lap. No, it doesn't now. No, because Ryan Dalziel did not stop, did he? Yes, he did. It must have been a very quick stop. He's got back on the lead lap, I think. Number 18, so 52 and the 18 are now back on the same lap in LMP2. 1 lap back is number 11 car. 1 lap behind that, and number 22, 29. And then 1 further lap back is number 20 car. Number 29 made a pit stop not too long ago, and the timing was somewhat unfortunate. That lost a lap to the other leaders in LMP2. So there's now just 2 cars on the lead lap in LMP2.
Right. Okay, Jeremy. Thank you very much indeed. VP Fuels in race update. 5th full course caution. Just 20 minutes of green running between the last 2. Prototype class split going on.
Yes, and what that means is all the prototype cars will move ahead of all the GT cars, and some of those cars that did get that lap back are now taking advantage of the fact that the caution is continuing to come in, take on fuel, and then if they can catch up, great. If they can't catch up, at least they are still back on the lead, on 1 lap ahead of where they were previously.
Yes, good point. Very good point. Next round of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Couldn't be much different. On the streets of Long Beach, we go from the wide open spaces of Sebring to the streets of Long Beach and the Long Beach Grand Prix. I suppose there is a common denominator there, and that is concrete. Driving on the concrete here, driving between the concrete when we go to Long Beach. The joint shortest race of the year, 100 minutes, Friday and Saturday. Check IMSARadio.com for the broadcast schedule. We'll have qualifying and the race for you from that event. And delighted to say we've got full coverage all the way through the year for you.
Tell you what, the 2 cars in GTD that are back on the lead lap now are the Cetilar Ferrari, the blue Ferrari. It's had all sorts of dramas during this race. That is now back on the lead lap in GTD. Also back on the lead lap is number 99 Team Hardpoint Porsche. Rob Ferriol driving that car at the moment. And they've been kind of flying underneath the radar screen, which is probably good news because they were emphatically not doing that on Thursday evening when Catherine Legg had a big crash, had a crash down at turn 17, which it wasn't a big crash necessarily, but it did quite a lot of, did some damage that wasn't easily repairable. They could not mount the wing on that car, so they had to change chassis on that number 99 car, but they're still very much in contention there now in GTD.
Go, Joe.
Alex Lane just out of the O2 Cadillac. Alex, the yellow flags here just keeps creating stalemate after stalemate. You guys are all to play for. It's like going back to the start. And I think we're going back to green this lap, but back to that, Alex.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, we didn't have a caution for 3 hours, and now we're having them seems like every half an hour. So the teams have to be really on the ball on strategy.
There's nothing you can really do what's the strategy if those yellow flags keep spoiling it?
Well, then it all comes down to fuel consumption. If you can manage to stay with the leader or stay right in the fight and save a lot of fuel, then your fuel time when you stop is going to be shorter.
And are you guys managing that?
We're having a little play as the day goes on to see what we can do.
Right, thanks, Alex. I'll let you go.
Back to green flag racing, and once again the GTs are carving it up, and the Risi Competizione Ferrari's trying to get another lap back. It's got a really good start and getting among the leaders of GTD Pro. Dropped a few laps earlier on with power steering problems. Both of the Heart of Racing Astons have had issues. That'll upset Sarah Rigby. They did go behind the wall for quite a long time. And I think Tom Campbell got back out again, but then went missing, and that hasn't been circulating for quite a while. Meantime, we've got yet another GT car that's gone behind the wall, and that is the number 59 Crucial Motorsports, the bronze metallic 720 McLaren. So that's more problems and a penalty for the core Autosport car, +9 in the pit lane. That'll get a drive through. So still these penalties keep coming. It's almost like this is the first race of the season, not the second event. So in GTD Pro at the moment, Nicky Katzberg right up behind Jack Hawksworth in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. I think that's the first time that Lexus has led the GTD Pro today.
Yeah, I think it is.
Down into turn number 17. And the spoiler in there is the side-by-side for the lead. I'll come back to that in a moment. Across the line, the two different coloured yellow cars. Lexus has the favoured inside line to turn one. Katzberg tries to go the long way around. Will he do the over and under? He does. He cuts back to the left-hand side. Needs to get his nose up the inside of the Lexus. Can't get it done. Flashing the lights, trying to break the concentration of Jack Hawksworth. In behind them, the BMW is off into the wall at the exit of turn, at the entrance to turn 17. Is the Milner Motorsport prototype, the blue and white car. So that is going to be another full course yellow unless that car can be pulled out. That is
Harry Gottsacker.
Harry Gottsacker drafted into that. Here comes the BMW round the outside at turn number 7, the hairpin. That's looking for second place on the Corvette, didn't get that done. The spoiler in there, I'll say this quickly before we go to full course yellow, is the Ferrari. It would be magnificent if the Ferrari could get past these cars for Risi Competizione. They would get another lap back. They went down as far as, I think, 6 laps down.
At least, I think it
might have been even more. Full course yellow. Full course yellow. We haven't had the penalty served by Core Autosport either. So once again, our hard-working recovery crews are going to be pressed into order. There is a slight irony that one of the sponsors on that car that is on the wheel arch, the fender that has broken off, is Tech Pro, who are a barrier company. And that was just a loss on the bumps again. Harry almost got it back, but not quite. And he'll need assistance to get back to the pit lane. The pits are closed. This is a short yellow because it was not 15 minutes from the previous, and Jeremy Shaw will explain what that means.
Yeah, so we will not go through all the pit stop sequences, basically. Everybody will pack up behind the safety car that will be deployed, and everybody will line up behind the safety car, but there will be no more changing of positions other than moving the prototypes ahead of the GTD cars, but they should be already there in any case because that split was just made, but there will be no other wave arounds or pit stops or anything else, so we should be able to go back to green relatively quickly, we hope. This has been a rather messy portion of the race, hasn't it, because we went, 2 hours and 40 minutes at the beginning, which is the normal length of an IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race regular season, without any caution periods at all. And now we've had a whole string of them. This is the 6th.
Note here from Cody Holloway, suggestion, why don't we have the Sebring 12 hours on Sunday and have FIA on Saturday because people have to work on Friday. Well, if you had it on Sunday, there'd be nobody here because everybody leaves here on Sunday to get back home. And that's the advantage of having the headline race on the Saturday. People don't have as many holidays here in the US as we tend to get in Europe if you're a office worker or a normal worker. And so people tend to drive or make their travel plans and they can be back at work on Monday. And the tradition of racing here Thursday, Friday, Saturday is one of the great things about this event.
Just wondering what happened to the AWA Duquesne, because it's in 5th place in the class and you got back to within 1 lap of the leaders in the class, but now it's an extended pit stop. It's dropping back again.
Stephen McAleer, this Gilbert Cawthorne Mercedes just keeps stealthing its way up into the podium positions. How did you guys get up to the lead of the class before that last yellow?
Yeah, you know, we were off to a kind of not a great start. We got a drive through, and then we get another drive through. But you know, after running with these guys in the 24-hour, you know, it's about being there at the end and being smart, and we've managed to get the lap back. You know, we're pretty excited. We found some pace. We made some adjustments on the car on the last change for Danny, and you know, still 6 hours left of this race, but you know, that we have a chance here.
There's a big difference between getting your lap back and leading the class, and then leading it handily for a little while, though. So you guys clearly have a good car below you.
Yeah, you know, I think so. Yeah, one of the things I'm working hard on is just really trying to stay out of trouble. I mean, there's a lot of driving out there that it looks like it's the last lap of the race, and you know, you got to take the ego out of the equation and give it up when you see stuff like that. So we've cycled our way to the front. You know, the team's doing a great job here with strategy. Mike is plenty fast, and Danny as well. So I mean, we'll run around for a couple more hours and see where we end up.
Well, not to give any spoilers out, if you don't want to know the results of the Michelin Pilot Challenge, turn away here for the next couple seconds. Your boy Chad did pretty good the other day. Did that put any extra pressure on you?
Yeah, you know, we had a chat over text message. We said that McCumbee McAleer Racing is undefeated in GT4 right now. You know, we won the first one, and Chad won the second one. So, you know, big congratulations to him. We obviously wanted to have a fight with him at the end of the race here, but we got caught out on a pit stop error halfway through the race. And then, you know, jumping in this Mercedes is quite a difference to adapt to this thing and get moving as fast as we can.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Shay.
John, you should see him. He's in these layback, comfy chairs behind the pit wall with a fan blowing on him, too. And another car that's gone behind the pit wall, the number 13 AWA LMP3 machine.
This from Double Waved Yellow says, what makes Sebring different and special from all the other places in the US that we race on Sunday? Because the race doesn't finish till after 10 o'clock at night. And the races that finish really late, where it would make it difficult for people to get back home before their Sunday working, like, I don't know, Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, that's on a Saturday as well. So the longer races tend to be on the Saturdays. And the guys here at Sebring are very particular about that, indeed. Right, Jeremy, how's things going then? So this is not, we're not going to get the pits opened here, so everyone just follows the leader, and we don't even get a split, or do we?
Yeah, I think there'll be a split, but there shouldn't be really many, if any, cars out of place. So that certainly shouldn't take too long. We talked about GPI cars a while ago. We've got 6 of those still on the lead lap. LMP2 now, the number 18 car and the number 11 car both have managed to get back onto the lead lap with the number 52. So it's Mikkel Jensen at the wheel of the number 52 car for PR1 Matheson Motorsports. The sister car of Josh Pearson, car number 11, is in 3rd place, and they are sandwiching the number 18 Era Motorsport entry with Ryan DeYell at the wheel of that car now. All those 3 cars are not on the same lap. 1 lap down are number 29, that's Racing Team Netherlands, the yellow car with Dylan Murray, the young American at the wheel, and Duncan Tappy for United Autosports in car number 22, also 1 lap down. Then for high class racing, despite all their myriad dramas they've had, car number 20 is in just 1 more lap further back with Fabio Scherer at the wheel.
It's a bit strange when Core Autosport gets a penalty for anything, but particularly speeding on the pit lane, 9 over. When they do that, you know, they don't just go 1 over, they do it properly. But what happened on the last pit stop was that they did the brake change and then they changed the ECU on the last stop. That resets the pit lane speed limiter. So normally John wouldn't need to hit the button again, but he did, and he forgot. So minor infraction, but that explains it. Thanks, Aaron.
So that is one of the cars when you come into the pit lane, it stays on until you let it off again at the other end. But because they changed it and effectively cycled the power on the ECU, he needed to have pushed it again before he pulled away.
Yep, that's exactly it.
Yeah, how annoying. How annoying. Thank you, Shay. That's a really good technical answer. Stuart Hart says, what do you think about FIA WEC hypercar teams being part of the Sebring 12 hours on Saturday and scoring points for the WEC? No. If you're going to score points for the WEC, you should be in a WEC race. Friday for WEC, LMP2 and GTM teams. I don't think you can do that. I think that's messing about with it too much. And we're still waiting for a full set of combined results from the last time we had a combined WEC and IMSA race here. And Shea Adam was on graphics at that time. And how's that therapy going, Shea?
I'm still traumatized from that, John. That was my first weekend in graphics. We had 9 classes and 7 colors to choose from. And then we had to double up on the numbers. So as you were talking about yesterday, we had a 055, we had a 55, we had a 5, we had a 155. Too many
I think you had a 555 as well, didn't you?
I think so, maybe. I do.
There was a lot of 5s
back.
being used.
There were a lot of 5s. And then, to make things even more complicated, was when we were calling up the graphics, we had to assign aliases to all of those numbers because they were too close and then the computers would trip over themselves. So we had certain cars that were, say, the 055. We would normally just call that up with whatever number we were going for the graphics, 55, but no. Then we had to give it a random number like 63, and then hope there wasn't a 63 in the field.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's go to United Autosport while we've got the chance, and 2003 Le Mans winner from Bentley, Guy Smith, is with Joe Bradley.
Guy, they say yellows breed yellows. That's certainly what we're seeing here. It must be frustrating from a team point. You can't make progress, you can't do anything, it's stalemate.
It's frustrating for us. I think this last yellow, we actually managed to gain a lap back, but pretty much every other yellow since then, we've not been able to do that. So it's a little bit frustrating, but the nature of IMSA racing means that, you know, if you are a lap or 2 down, you can at least have the possibility to get it back. So we'll keep working. I've got the best team in the business, and they'll get us back on the lead lap and hopefully get us somewhere there by the end of the race.
Are you still trying to gain back what you lost when the systems failure stopped the car?
Yeah, we went 2 laps down, and we're now 1 lap down. So, yeah, hopefully we can get another lap back. That would be great. The car's working really, really well. And, yeah, I mean, it's actually been not been too many yellows for the start of the race. And then, you know, they all, like you say, yellows breed yellows. So it's always exciting. It's always interesting, Sebring, and always throws up a few surprises.
As we see the sun go down, and don't say the obvious, what happens? What happens to the track? I'd said that to McNish once. You know what he said? It gets dark. You know, he knew what I meant. You know what I mean, Guy.
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, it's very warm today. It's incredibly hot, and when the track goes hot, you know, we lose downforce, we lose grip. The tires, you know, lose grip. So generally, as the track cools down and the sun goes down, generally the performance picks up, and we get a little bit more downforce, a little bit, the tires seem to work a little bit better, so usually go a little bit quicker. But and then when we go into the night time, particularly here, it's very, very dark. I mean, somewhere like Daytona, it's pretty well lit, but Sebring is really, really dark, so it's quite a difficult place to drive at night, particularly somebody as old as me. But yeah, looking forward to it. It's always a challenge, and it's always a lot of fun.
Great to talk to you as ever, Guy. Thanks very much, mate.
Guy Smith in the pit lane with Joe Bradley. They could do the WEC race on the Sunday and start it earlier. Race on the Friday is a real drag, and I always miss it. Super Sebring loses out by wasting a day that people are actually off for a day that they aren't. Says Double Waved Yellow. WEC were originally thought about racing on the Sunday, but decided against it as they didn't want their race to finish with a background of empty racetrack and the detritus of a full week. I think what you've got to remember is that Sebring isn't just Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday, or Thursday, Friday and Saturday. It starts on Wednesday. It's like Le Mans. And people come here, for the most part, the big draw for the WEC coming here is that they get in front of their biggest crowd of the year other than Le Mans. And, you know, the vast majority of that crowd have come here to see IMSA race. Yes, there's a few people who will, I'm sure, would stay on, but there aren't 130,000 people who are going to stay on Sunday to watch the WEC.
And it's not even just from Wednesday onwards. I mean, it started last weekend, didn't it?
Of course
You were talking about earlier on with the prologue here, the pre-event test for the World Endurance Championship. So yeah, it is and before that, I mean, the Porsche had a Porsche Carrera Cup North America had a test last week. Yep. All the Porsche guys, they've been here for 2 weeks already. Yeah,
absolutely. Mark has said, thoughts on the news that WEC will allow pre-homologated LMDHs to race this year? I'm not aware there are any pre-homologated LMDHs. Any homologated LMDHs at the moment, the only LMDH that has even turned a wheel is the Porsche in testing, and they haven't finalised their homologation yet. Across the line they go, and we're restarting again with 5 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, still a little overcast, but still plenty of racing to go here. And another good restart, this time from Ricky Taylor for Konica Minolta Acura. 0.6 of a second over Tom Blomqvist as he went across the line.
48 car dive down the inside, and number 5 car there into turn 3. A pass made there by Jose Maria Lopez on Tristan Vautier.
So a position made up there by Jose Maria Lopez up to third.
Tristan Nunez thinking about it as well at turn 7. Alex thinks that probably not such a good idea. Tucks back into line.
Now let's see what the 31 of Tristan Nunez can do here. It's under pressure. 31 Nunez goes through and has made up a position. So it's Taylor, Blomqvist, then Lopez, then Nunez, and then Vautier. Lost a couple of positions, Tristan Vautier, on that restart. But again, as I say, good restart. People starting to come back, maybe from a little bit of an afternoon in their RVs, just cooling themselves down. The odd beverage or two, getting into, not quite yet the money laps of the race, but not far away. Race will be probably run won or last within the last 2.5, 3 hours, and certainly the cars have been set up. Every team up and down the pit lane been telling us they're setting up the cars for when it gets cooler, and that means when the sun goes down around about 7:30 this evening. 7:33, 7:32 official sunset, something like that. Meanwhile, back in the GT classes, GTD Pro, BMW third, second Corvette, first is the number 14 Lexus. They're under the turn 17 bridge. Still the Risi Competizione Ferrari there, trying to get another lap back. Flash of the headlights by the BMW driver Philippe N on Nicky Katzberg, who's got Jack Hawksworth right in front of them. They all dive into turn 1. Very confident by Jack Hawksworth, didn't defend at all going into turn 1. Absolutely knew that his car was going to be quick. Good front end on that car, looked like it turned in very nicely. Katzberg in second position in the Corvette, the Singleton Corvette in IMSA competition. Their teammate car raced yesterday in the FIA WEC. Down to the hairpin. Risi Competizione lurking behind, but laps away from those 3 leaders. hoping for a little conflagration or a bit of a schmozzle so they can nip back through and get another lap back.
Yeah, and in GTD Pro, it's Lexus, Chevrolet, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes, Lamborghini in the top 6 positions, all different cars in there. And also amongst that group is the Ferrari that is still 5 laps down, having had the problems early on. But that's all the trade of cars are all very, very closely matched, very cool stuff. In GTD regular, it's Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin with Spencer Papelli and Magnus Racing up into 4th position in GTD. Then another Mercedes and a McLaren and a Lexus, and then a couple of Ferrari. So again, lots of variety.
Eric Johansson is in that lead battle as well, but many laps down now for the BMW of Paul Miller Racing, but they're full season entrants and they missed the first round at the Rolex 24 because they didn't have their new BMW, so they will be on a points gathering mission there and making sure that they get the most that they can in the GTD category. This GTD Pro category comes under the bridge again at turn 17 in the sunshine, afternoon sunshine now. Absolutely evenly matched as they come to the line and cross it. 5¼ hours to go, live from Sebring. The Mobil 1 12 hours for 2022, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Katzberg trying a different line in the Corvette there through turn 1, but can't make that happen. Here comes the Racing Competizione Ferrari. This could be a spoiler here. There's no reason, of course, why that car can't have a bit of a mix. It's Eddie Cheever the third who's in that car, and they will want to get back through. Yeah. There's plenty of time to get another couple of laps and possibly more back. Now, can it win the race? I don't know, but it could improve its position, and that again, that might make the difference between whether that car comes back or not. We weren't expecting to see this car here, Jeremy, the 62 I'm talking about here, but they did very well at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and Giuseppe Risi got the car entered into this one.
Yeah, right in the mix all the way through the weekend at Daytona. Finished in 2nd position as a result of the Porsches getting together on the last lap, was able to split them at the finish line. They are here this weekend, you're right, and the car has been fast. And you know, there's plenty of time, as you say, John Hindhaugh, through strategy to get laps back. But if they can get one back on the road by actually passing the leaders as well, that's even better. And way more satisfying as well. So you've got to know that Edward Cheever is going to look to do exactly that. And I think there's a bit of a mistake there from Hawksworth, and the Corvette seems to be going through here through the John Beyond Bend. So a new leader then in GTD Pro as they head down the Alec Holman Straight. The Corvette back ahead of the Lexus, and the BMW trying to make a move and will do so under braking for the Sunset Bend. He's actually thinking about having a look at the Corvette too. Wow.
Down towards turn 17 and through it from 1st to 3rd in a lap for Jack Hawksworth. Corvette leads, BMW 2nd, then 3rd is Jack Hawksworth in the Lexus. Here comes Eddie Cheever the 3rd. He goes to the inside, shows the headlights, pulls out from behind the Lexus. Not quite close enough as they go through the kink at turn 2 up to Christensen Bend. Past the Palm Grove on the right-hand side, not quite illuminated yet, not late enough in the day.
And new best lap by the 2 leading Acuras. We've got Acura 1-2 all of a sudden, haven't we? I hadn't really noticed that until just after the restart. And both of those 2 Acuras turning their best laps of the race last time around. That's lap 187, 147.7 for the leader, car number 10, 147.8 for the Tom Blomqvist in 2nd place. 147.4 this time for Blomqvist in 2nd place in the Acura. The fastest lap of the race, that was set about 50-odd laps ago by Mike Conway in number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac at 147.0.
Ricky Taylor pushing on at the head of the field. He's pulled out a 1.2 second gap. Doesn't sound much, but the fastest lap of the MSR Acura's race last time around by Tom Blomqvist, 147.497.
Yeah, just said that. 2 laps in a row he's done that, John.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And that was a big chunk too, because he took away 3/10 just on that last lap compared to the previous lap.
Yeah. He's been impressive.
Yeah.
Been impressive. 21 drivers doing double duty in the IMSA paddock this weekend. Either IMSA drivers swapping over to the WEC, or in fact, IMSA drivers who also have a WEC program this year, just underlining what a huge international presence IMSA still has. Really has a quality field of drivers from across. I can't remember how many nationalities we worked out there were at Daytona in here, but it was
31, I think it was at Daytona.
Yeah, I thought it was more than 30.
Here there are 26 different nationalities. USA, 58 American drivers, 22 from the UK, 10 from Canada, and then 8 from Italy, 7 from Germany, and on down the way. But yeah, 26 drivers, pretty impressive. Of course, there's one driver driving 2 cars here, so I'm only going to count him once.
Okay.
We've got 158 drivers in total.
Yeah, and the caliber of the drivers as well. You've got all 3 of one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Endurance Championship drivers who have full or partial IMSA programs. All of them are racing here. Amongst the other 20-odd drivers, 21, wasn't it? Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, Jose Maria Lopez, Felipe Nasser, Louis Delatraz, Mike Rockefeller, Philippe Albuquerque, Ollie Jarvis, Fabio Scherer, Will Stevens, Rui Andrade, Stephen Thomas, Antonio Fuoco, Simon Mann, Tony Villander, Ben Keating, Brendan Arieb, Ben Barnicoat, Ollie Milroy, Julian Andlauer, and the newest class winner and youngest class winner ever in WEC, Josh Pearson, all with IMSA drives. Josh, one of the drivers, as a number of those that I mentioned, who are doing twin programs. It's a good time to be a sports car driver if you're good, or if you're hungry, or if you're well funded. There's plenty of racing, and IMSA is benefiting from that as much as the European Le Mans Series, the Asian Le Mans Series, and indeed the WEC itself. When you look at the grids for the recently announced European Le Mans Series and the Michelin Le Mans Cup, 43 and 42 respectively. Ligier Cup, Lilo Radu came out of. That is sold out. They have a full grid. It's a good time to be in endurance racing. Let's go to Shea, one of our international drivers here from Canada, Kyle Tilley.
From Canada? No, from England. But
from
Kyle,
England,
you've lived in Indianapolis for such a long time. Surely this heat isn't affecting you. It gets warm up there too.
Yeah, Indianapolis is kind of home these days, but I know England will always be home on it.
So talk a little bit about how difficult it is in the P2 car with no AC.
Last time I checked, I think our in-car temp was close to 200 Fahrenheit, and yeah, it's toasty out there. So Ryan and I in doing doubles to the end. So yeah, kind of wishing we had a cool shirt. You know, it's the only time I've actually ever wished we had a cool shirt in the car. But this was it.
Still in second, still fighting for the lead. Do you guys have anything for the end of this one?
Like John was saying, I think everybody set the car out for when it's dark. So. We think so, but it depends how knackered we are at the end of it.
Fingers crossed for you.
You're right, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, Kyle, I gave you the wrong nationality there. I was looking at something else at the time, and which had the maple leaf on it. And you know how you see something and it triggers something in your mind. My apologies, I was looking at international drivers. Of course, I know Kyle's from the UK.
We talked about the pace of the Acuras stepping up since this most latest restart. On the 2 laps ago, Ricky Taylor in the lead went quicker again. He did a 47.3. That's a full half a second quicker, faster than the car had been previously in this race. Again, it's getting a little bit cooler now, perhaps, but not much. And the Acuras certainly beginning to show their paces a little bit more. Also in the last few laps, Tristan Vautier turned his best lap of the race as well. Yeah, we talked about Blue because Neil Jarney did as well. Kind of a 0-2. That's interesting. Charlie quickest in the 02 car.
Wow. Yeah. Well, he's a class act, isn't he? Former works driver. He's driven at the highest level. And let's be honest, Chip Ganassi doesn't hire people who can't do the job.
No. And he's just managed to find a way past Tristan Nunez. Oh, okay, Nunez slipped wide there at turn 17. Yeah, they're going through some lap traffic there. And he got kind of the worst of it, slid on wide. And Neil Jarni says, thank you very much. I'll have a position back. So that's 5th place now for number 02 Cadillac and number 31 Cadillac. In GTD Pro, the Corvette leads. We saw Nicky Katzberg make that pass on Jack Hawksworth, who's slipped back about 3 seconds in 3rd position now in car number 14, the Lexus for Vasser Sullivan, but still a couple of seconds clear on Maddie Campbell in the Porsche for Pfaff Motorsports. That's car number 9. And then behind him, and still right there, are number 97 WeatherTech Mercedes, Jules Gougnot, number 63 Lamborghini of Mirko Bertolotti, and number 79 Porsche of Julian Adlau, that's been sort of just lurking and not really anywhere threatening in the early stage of this race, but again, very, very much in contention. So busy out there. The leaders are working their way through the lap traffic, as they are indeed again now, and working their way through the GTD Pro leaders. Whoa, and number 31 car slides wide. Right behind him on the road was the much delayed 01 car of Renger van der Zende. He leads in wider. He was distracted there by Nunez slipping, losing some traction in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, and that car lost laps early on with engine issues, but Renger in 7th of the 7 DPIs. Huge sideways moment, got a bit of a tank slapper on at turn 3. Kept it out of the wall though, an important running for these cars. There are 44 laps off the lead, that'll tell you. They were in and out and behind the wall at least a couple of times, possibly even 3. But with the downshift issues, which we think from what they went through and the way they went through it in the fault finding was probably an electrical issue. They went through the mechanical parts of it and then eventually ended up plugging the computer in and changing the steering wheel. And since then, Shea, I think that car's been, if not completely up to speed, it's certainly not been back in and not behind the wall.
Yeah, pit stops like clockwork. They've been doing their thing, trying to get the lap back every time that the full course caution comes out, pitting after all the other DPIs pit. And they've been doing a good job so far, just quietly trying to make their way back up, but dropping down so early, that kind of took the wind out of their sails.
Thank you, Shea. So
super battle going on in GTD, John.
Yes.
Phil Ellis actually in number 57, Winwood Mercedes actually pulled out a little bit of a gap actually over Bill Oberlin in 2nd position, but behind Oberlin there's Daniel Morin in the Mercedes, Jordan Pepper, the South African, in the Ferrari car number 70 for Inception Racing. Antonio Fuoco, also been the number 47 Settelar Ferrari, amazingly, is right back in the thick of that battle as well. In fact, he's just got past Jordan Pepper on that last lap, so moved the Settelar Ferrari car number 47 up to 4th place in GTD.
Jose Maria Lopez sliding the Allied Cadillac around in his pursuit of Tom Blomqvist, 2nd and 3rd. Blomqvist in the 60, the pink and white MSR Acura, and the Cadillac, the Allied Cadillac, the white and shades of purple, number 48. They are around the far side of the circuit at the moment, heading towards turn number 10. Check that, turn 13 already. That's how quick they are. Time it took me to look up to the timing screen. And back, oh, and Jose Maria Lopez almost goes off at exactly where he flipped the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 yesterday. Picked the outside line, passing a slower car, and fortunately there was concrete runoff there. He's really pushing hard, Pachito, right on it at the moment, chasing down the second place car of Tom Blomqvist. Blomqvist with a bit of breathing space through turn 17. The leader crosses the line. Ricky Taylor with 1.6 seconds ahead of Blomqvist. Blomqvist now 1.1 seconds ahead of Lopez. That was a very close thing for Pachito there, as he was going past the
38 car.
It is, yeah, the red and silver.
Which is back out after the problems they had a little while ago.
I mean, there's very few who haven't.
That's true.
Fastest lap of the race, Neil Jarney, 1:47.018.
Mike Conway, that was a while
Was
ago.
it? Sorry,
yeah.
My apologies. So Mike Conway, yes, that was on lap 1:28. Mike Conway's fastest lap yesterday in the Toyota.
49.2, I think it was.
Yeah, 49.2. Yeah.
And the best of the Toyotas. Actually, no, it was the race winner, I think, that set the fastest lap. The best of the Toyotas wasn't. The best of the Toyotas wasn't below 150, I think.
So Mike Conway,
50.2 or 3, I think.
Works Toyota driver. More than 2.5 seconds quicker in the DPI today on customer tyres as opposed to confidentials, of course. Just underlining what a difficult job the technical staff will have when they have to bring the next generation of DPI and the hypercars together, and there's potentially, what have we got? We've got bespoke prototype standard, bespoke prototype with hybrid, road going hybrid, road going non-hybrid, and then the LMDH. So that's 5 different types of car based on road going. Potentially 5 different regulations being brought together there for 2023 in IMSA and the ACO. I suspect long nights and much scratching of heads and rubbing of chins. Another hour of racing almost complete. WWOJ, Highlands Best Country, 99.1 FM on News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3 FM, and around the world on IMSA Radio RS2 as well as Sirius XM 206. We're live from Sebring. There are 5 hours to go, and the next racing hour starts right now. The sounds and sights of Sebring International Raceway in front of a huge crowd. Second place in GTD, Bill Oberlin in his 500th race start for BMW is 3.5 seconds behind the leader, Philip Ellis in the Winwood Racing car, but Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari is right up his tailpipes at the moment. It's a mostly blue Ferrari with a bit of yellow tape and a red door.
Yes.
That tells you the story that they may not have had a perfect race. Now, in our Porsche keys to the race, keep the car in one piece to the end, or basically just find spares from anywhere and bolt them on. As my much missed father might have said, and he was a policeman for most of his adult working life, it's not pretty, but it would confuse the witnesses, and it's still very quick as well. For that car, Chetelaar obviously have been busy, but Fuoco's doing a really good job there. If you're keeping Bill Oberlin honest at any time on a racetrack here in the US, you are doing a very good job indeed.
I mean, Fuoco is flying. I mean, the former open-wheel driver was absolutely flying. He was in 10th place at the restart in GTD, is now up to 3rd, well, it's just a matter of time, I think, before he finds a way past Bill Oberlin, and then sets his sights on Phil Ellis, who leads the class in the Winwood Mercedes, because he has absolutely flown through this field. That's Antonio Fuoco.
No driver change for the Racing Team Nederland car, but they are doing all the other service that they can, cleaning off the windshield, checking under the floor to make sure that everything looks good, and 4 new Michelin tires as well as a full tank of fuel. It is still, I think that's Dylan Murray's helmet behind the wheel. Seeing big eyes looking up, and the pit board is in hand for the car chief. Engine fires back up as we get 2 of the GTE Pro cars in as well. Keep an eye on those. That's the 14 and the 62. So the Ferrari. Away goes the Racing Team Netherlands LMP2 machine. Alrighty, so GTE Pro. We've got a driver change for the 14 Lexus. That is Hawksworth out, Taylor's in. Remember, this is a pro car for this year.
Off the road.
They are doing fuel and tires. Can't see Reese though, John.
Bill Oberlin off the road at turn 3, and
was he helped?
I think there's a little bit of damage on that car as he came through, maybe on the back of that machine. Also burning a bit of VP Racing fuel, just a slight discoloration visible on the side. As he came into the corner, he had Forkel right behind him. Forkel comes from a long way back and nails the left rear. It's going to be a penalty for Chetelaar Racing. He was not there. That's a really, really silly mistake from Antonio. He'd been doing such a good job. Just a little rub on the left rear, and that was enough to turn the Liqui Moly Turner car. It's under review, meantime.
That won't take long.
It's not, that is not a hard decision, is it? Let's be honest. We've got Winward in the pit lane, and I think that's early, Adam.
It's not a good stop either, John. They put the hood up. There were 3 mechanics looking under it. They're trying to close the driver's side door once again, but it keeps popping open. I'm walking down that way. I'll let you know what it looks like when I get there, but there's no urgency in getting this car back out. This was one of our front runners before that round of cautions.
Prescott Motorsports celebrating their anniversary this weekend. Hi guys, hello team. Chetelaar Racing, the new Benetton. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, they're certainly the United colours of Chetelaar at the moment. Looks very much to me as though, other than the rub, there was no damage. Nothing's fallen off. I don't think the BMW of Bill Oberlin and Antonio Forco in the 47 Chetelaar Ferrari drive-through penalty. He was just too far back, Jeremy.
Yeah, I can't imagine what he was thinking, to be honest.
Barely got to the rear wheel with his nose. A tiny bit of carbon fibre came up, but I think actually that was off from the Ferrari's front right onto the left rear. And what did that do to Bill Oberlin's position? You get a drive-through for the person that's done it. What you can't do is give back the positions that Bill Oberlin has lost. Oberlin was in second position, and he's dropped down to 8th. Forco's gone into the lead there. Who's pitted then? Phil Ellis has pitted for Winward. That's right, we just told you. We said that he came in from the lead. And meantime, on the exit of the pit lane, that is the number 54 Core Autosport car. Now, he wasn't coming out of the pit lane, so he's pulled over to as far as he could, driver's right, to get into the pit lane exit. So that was a smart piece of driving there by Core Autosport, or maybe the team said to do that. And that is John Bennett behind the wheel of that car. So that has triggered a whole load of pit stops. Jose Maria Lopez is in and out. Tristan Vautier about to leave, and he's been replaced by Richard Westbrook in the number 5 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac. Mikkel Jensen came in from the lead of P2. First and second, by the way, in P2 at the point when Mikkel peeled into the pit lane for PR1 Matheson Motorsport, the 52 and the 11. Ryan Diel in, Duncan Tappy in the 18 era and the 22 United Autosports car. Pfaff Motorsports with the driveway Porsche. Matt Campbell coming into the pits. Not sure that car can be left there. And not sure how you move it without a full course yellow, because you're not going to put people out. Here's the leader into the pit lane as Shea Adam. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Just very quickly, he had reset his best lap last time around, Ricky Taylor.
Yeah, to pull out a 4.2 second lead over Tom Blomqvist. Top 4 in the pit lane. Shea Adam
It's an alternator or a battery issue for Windward as the full course caution is out. Wayne Taylor Racing did make it into the pit lane for the Konica Minolta Acura. Will Stevens is in, and they are doing 4 tires as Ricky Taylor jumps back out over the wall. Also into the pits was the Meyer Shank Racing Acura. That too is a driver change. Ollie Jarvis getting in there, 4 tires and fuel.
Full course yellow, number 7 for this race, and already the leading car is moving and in fact on its way to pit out. So who got in before? Tristan Nunes in the number 31, 16, Brian Hardwick.
All the leaders were in. All the DPI cars have made a stop.
Okay. Will Stevens got in to replace Ricky Taylor. Josh Pearson's come into a closed pit in the number 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport. 5 seconds of fuel only. So all of those cars coming in were due a pit stop anyway, by the sound of it. And the 7th full course caution to retrieve the stranded John Bennett. So, Jeremy, as ever, with the lap chart. It's called a lap chart because it's in his lap. That's why they call it that. Just let you know the history of these things. Under 5 hours to go, 9 minutes under 5 hours to go. Still some very important racing to do here, and clearly the crowd know that because they're not moving. There's a few golf carts buzzing around on the infield, but this one is by no means done and dusted. There'll be a few parties tonight on the infield as well, and then tomorrow morning the big exodus starts. So many motorhomes, so many RVs here. Down the left-hand side, the driver's left of the Ullman Straight, new parking areas there as well. I mean, I don't think that there is an RV space, that there was an RV space left here. So just waiting for the leaders to be picked up. John Bennett has resumed. So the 54 car has either been push started, bump started, or the team have talked the way through it. Message from race control that had restarted. John Bennett just a few seconds ago has resumed. Let's see if we can visually confirm that. Sure, you might be able to see the cars to just outside of the pit lane exit. So another green flag period of round about half an hour, 27.5 minutes. We'll give you a VP Racing Fuels in-race update in a moment. In fact, let's do that now before we get any more pit stops. As the timing says now, we'll let them come across the line and then work out where we think they are. As we had the top 4 in the pit lane just before the top 4 came in just before the full course yellow came out.
And the other 2 were in the previous lap, John, that's correct.
Yeah. So Will Stevens leads behind the safety car. 7th time of asking that car's been out. Tom Blomqvist second. So number 10 from number 60. Acura from Acura. The black and blue from the pink and white. Then Neil Janney for the 02. That's the black and red Cadillac racing car. Then Jose Maria Lopez Pachito, former World Touring Car Champion for Ally Cadillac. That's the number 48. Shouldn't really need to tell you what colour that is. It's a white with shades of purple. Whelen Engineering is red and white. That's the 31 car. And then Richard Westbrook makes up the top 6. Josh Pearson for PR1 Matheson Motorsport will be taking a drive-through at the end of the pit cycle because he had to have emergency service for 5 seconds for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. So that's going to rather put a crease in his.
It actually won't. They should still be on the lead lap,
right?
And there should be ultimately no. And they'll be in the same position as they were before the other guys had made their pit stops, because the other guys came in just before the caution period. So it actually won't affect them.
It's going to be Jonathan Bomarito who actually serves the drive-through because he's waiting to get into that number 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport LMP2 machine.
So will they? So they'll do their normal pit schedule, Shay.
Yes.
And then when we go back green, they'll come through again and effectively just do a drive-through. They don't have to stop at their pits. Again, we have to keep explaining this, people joining us all the time.
The way that emergency service works is you come in for 5 seconds of fuel or whatever else emergency service you need.
New tyre if you've got a puncture.
Correct.
Or whatever, yeah.
Then you come back in when the pits are open for your class, and then you do your drive-through when the pits are open for everybody.
Yeah, understood. So there's still a slight penalty, but not as bad as if you stopped out on the circuit, and therefore cause more issues for everybody else as well. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get near us and give us a little shout. Just finish the rundown there. LMP3, Felipe Fraga for Riley Motorsports in the blue and orange number 74. Ligier, it's Ligier's 1, 2 and 3 by the way. Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing in the 30 car in second, and then Joao Barbosa in the Stars and Stripes Sean Creech Motorsport car, back on the lead lap again in the 33 car, as I say. John Bennett is still showing a stop, so I think that might have been a rogue message. In the GT classes, Nicky Katzberg for Corvette, Chevy number 3, Chevy Corvette number 3, BMW M Team RLL, as they are this year, the 24 Philippe Eng. Then Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 bright green Lamborghini. I did see the 25 BMW getting another lap back as they've started the way by. In GTD, your top 3, Daniel Morad for Allegra Mercedes, number 28, the silver car, Jordan Pepper for Inception, the dark-coloured McLaren number 70, and Spencer Pumpelly for the 44 Aston Martin Vantage of Magnus Racing. That's your VP Racing Fuel updates. Those are the cars that are making power at the moment. Ship?
Well, we've got Jonathan Bomarito getting ready to make some power in the number 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. We've got John Ferrano getting back into the number 8. It was a splash of fuel. Sorry, that's the Tower Motorsport car, I should say. The number 18 Era Motorsport car took fuel only just a splash, and they managed to get back down the pit lane and moving it very quickly indeed. 74 is in. That is the Riley Technology LMP3 machine pitting from the lead. Kai Van Berlo taking over for Felipe Fraga, his second ever start. He's got a perfect record so far, does Kai Van Berlo, including 2 wins earlier in the weekend. We've also got the 33 for Sean Creech Motorsport in. That is a driver change. And I think, yes, that is Core that made it back into the pit lane. Crucial Motorsport. Did they just come back from behind the wall, John?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense then, because they're rolling down the pit lane now, and it is not open for GTs yet, so that mildly confused me.
So actually I was right then. I should have gone with what I saw on the screen and not what I was seeing on the timing, which was still a greyed out John Bennett. And so he did make it back round to the pit here. Can we just confirm that in that Core 54?
Yep, definitely. That's the car that is stationed right behind Windward, and both cars are currently sitting in their pit boxes, although John's just been pushed back, fires it up into life. The headlights roar. Now let's see if it is still Mr. Bennett or if it is perhaps Mr. Brown at this stage. Nope, that's John's helmet. So John's still driving duties at this stage in the race.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he's dropped 5 laps now to the LMP3 leaders. We've still got 3 cars on the lead lap in LMP3, number 30. Well, they came into the pits in the order 74, 30 and 33. See what the order is after the pit stops are made, because all 3 of those cars were into the pits.
Thanks to Double Wave Yellows for the kind words. He said, I'm in awe of the IMSA radio broadcast. It never wanes for hours on end. I can't even hold a conversation for more than half an hour without a break. It's incredible. It's because there's stuff to talk about, DWY. And we've got a good team as well. Information coming in from all over the place, including from yourselves on the collective at IMSA Radio. Thank you very much. It's a kind thing to say. We've got effectively 5 classes here. No, we have got 5 classes here. So there's always a class battle going on somewhere. One of the things I would say that it's immensely helpful for us to be part of the World Feed TV, because although we're not absolutely triggered by everything that goes on the screen, it does give us an opportunity to look around the circuit to places we wouldn't be able to see if we were just in a commentary box overlooking the start-finish line. And the thanks for that has to go to IMSA and to NASCAR Productions and everybody involved in making that TV magic happen. We're in a very fortunate position here to be able to talk directly, albeit just in text form, with the production team up in Charlotte, where they do all of the TV production for the network broadcast remotely. It's a big operation here, and back up in Charlotte. And everyone from radio mic suppliers back to BSI this year, and welcome back to the fold for Bubba Clark, one of our original members of the technical staff. Also, we need, you know, internet and TV pictures and timing and scoring. Al Kamel providing that, of course. It's a big team effort, but double bit of yellows, thank you for your kind words. GTs are in with your shit.
I got a lot of them. Andrea Caldarelli is into the number 63 Lamborghini. That's fuel and tires. We've got Jules Gagnon out. Mauro Engel into the 97 WeatherTech Mercedes. It is a driver change as well in the 79 WeatherTech. That is Alessio Piccarello getting in. 24 BMW driver change. That is Philip Eng, who jumps out and goes over the wall. I think that was Nick Galloway's helmet, if I'm completely correct on that. Number 3 Corvette was the first one into the pit lane. It's the first one back rolling once again. Then the Lamborghini, then the Lexus. No, the Lexus actually jumps the Lamborghini on that pit stop. Good job by the number 12 Lexus crew.
It's the GTD car. 2 versions of GTD in terms of the timing and scoring, and the points being cars are the same, specification and balance of performance. Driver makeup, driver talent makeup in the 3 drivers lineup is what that makes the difference there. You're allowed 3 pro drivers in the pro and not in the GTD category. Must have amateur driver in there. So with the pit stops now complete, a whole load of orange on my screen, which is cars just out of the pit lane from 18th on down, with the notable exception of Performance Tech. Dan Goldberg getting a lap back, I suspect, and stayed out of the pit lane there. Few walking wounded. We'll bring you up to date with them again if you've just joined us. Andretti Autosport barely got going today with an engine problem. Jared Andretti just credited with 1 lap. 83 laps in. Accident for Juan Pablo Montoya, having just taken over the Dragon Speed Oreca LMP2. They'd been right at the front of the field in Sebastian Montoya, Juan's young son, just 16-year-old, had done a great job. Juan unable to avoid someone else's accident, and that car is out, as is the Milner Motorsports Duquesne. Harry Gottsacker in the wall, the tyre wall at 17. Tom Gamble for the Harter Racing team, both of those Aston Martins. Well, that one's the 27. Not seen that for a while. The 23 had some issues as well, and more, some of whom have got back out again. Shea Adam in the pit lane.
With Philip Lang fresh out of the BMW. Philip, the first thing I said was that fun? And you got a big smile on your face. Yes, that kind of intense battling, that's what you're here for, isn't it?
This championship is so much fun. I mean, on this track at Sebring with all the bumps, and our new car is really on fire this weekend. It feels extremely good. Really chapeau to the guys. They did a great job on making a step in terms of development setup development after Daytona.
Corvette didn't do a driver change. You guys did. That meant that they got out in front for now. But how much longer do you think that they'll be there?
Well, they are very quick. I had a very intense battle with Nicky, which was very good fun, always fair, but very hard. That's how I like to race. That's why I love the racing over here. So still a long way to go, but I think we're not so bad.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thanks.
So, getting ready to go back to green. The class split is going on at the moment. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Just after 5:30 local time. Couple of cars in for splashes of fuel, Shea Adam, trying to stretch their fuel window.
That really confused me at first because the Mustang sampling Cadillac and the Whelen Engineering Cadillac are nowhere near needing to come into this pit stop, but they did, and they took splashes, so they have 1 lap better on fuel than everybody else.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, we are 40 minutes
to the 8-hour mark for the.
We're 40 minutes away from the 8-hour mark. Yeah, if there's another caution, they should be able to get to that 8-hour mark from here. Whereas most likely, the other contenders will need a pit stop before then.
So waiting for the lights to go out on the safety car. The Winward racing car that was going so well, the 57 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Electrical issues for that car. New battery, hopefully, they think will have cured that. Shea, can you remember what happened earlier on? We had a couple of long stops for AWA. What was that? And then didn't it have an accident as well?
They've had a couple of teething issues with that car today. Yes, John, they've had a difficult day. And then, of course, their driver cooling system was not working to perfection, so they had to single stint their drivers, and then they had to put Ore back in the car after he had already finished his drive time, so they've been having a day of it.
That car is out again, Ore Fadani behind the wheel. 17 laps off the overall lead, which means there are 8 laps off the lead in LMP3, currently held by Junior 3 Racing.
By the way, John, the Ferrari of Rooster Competizione, car number 62, another lap back, yeah.
What's that
They're
down to
just
now?
4 laps back now, with, what was it, 4 hours and 35 minutes remaining in the race. Intriguing. Still a couple of laps behind, actually 3 laps behind, even next to the GTD non-pro cars, but look, they've already made up at least 3 laps, probably 4, possibly more than that. When was the problem?
Oh, ages ago.
Yeah,
it was a very, very long time ago, because they went in, what, first couple of hours, maybe? Maybe even earlier than that. Back to Green Flag Racing here at Sebring. 4.5 hours, a little bit more than that still to go. We've had the same conditions all day, with a little bit of sort of Simpsons-like cloud hanging over us. Well, thoughts that we might get some showers later on in the afternoon. That hasn't arrived yet.
There were 7 laps back.
Right.
I think after 3 hours, it was in the 3rd hour they had the problem.
Power steering issues plaguing that car.
So now they've, they were 7, they're now 4 laps behind. So, and that's in the 3rd hour. We're now in the 8th hour.
Yeah, that's 5 hours.
Yeah.
Time. There's still 4.5 hours to go. You don't automatically, there's no lucky dog here, so you don't automatically get a free pass. You have to be in the right place on the racetrack when the safety car comes out. So at the front of the field, the number 10 Cunningham and Alta Acura was leading Where's Will Stevens gone? Maya Shank, Ollie Jarvis has the Cadillac of Neil Jani right on his wheel tracks. Maya Shank side by side with the Cadillac. Was there a little touch there from the 0-2? No, there wasn't. Neil Jani just avoiding the back of Ollie Jarvis's car. Will Stevens has cleared off to 1.5 seconds. I was expecting him to be right in front of that battle for second, third and fourth with Richard Westbrook's there. Will Stevens, Ollie Jarvis, Neil Jani, Richard Westbrook, Tristan Nunes, Jose Maria Lopez. What a quality set of drivers in the top 6 there in the main DPI class, and they're separated even after a couple of laps of racing of only 6 seconds. Here comes the LMP3 battle. Kai van Berlo to the lead, ahead of Malte Jacobsen. Riley Motorsports ahead of Sean Creech, and Junior 3 Racing, Garrett Grist goes down to third. Fast MD Racing's James Vance a few laps further back. John Bennett back running again now, and he's trying to chase down James Vance for 4th position. In LMP2, 4 seconds between Scott Huffaker and Kyle Tilley. The Indianapolis domiciled Brit for Era Motorsport in second place, and the number 18 chasing down the 52 wins car. Then Jonathan Bomarito for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. Another 2 seconds further back, Racing Team Netherlands back in it in 4th position. Well, they're just, I think, a further lap back, actually. They're not on the lead lap in the LMP2 classes. Wynn would have gone back behind the wall with that electrical issue. Corvette having a battle at the head of the GTD Pro field.
Yeah. And after those pit stops, John, all of a sudden the number 9...
Campbell's gone through, has he?
Yeah, the number 9 Porsche has leapfrogged to the front of the field. It came in to the pits. Everybody pitted during that caution period, but it leapt all the way from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position to the lead. Now holding off the Corvette. And right behind the Corvette is Aaron Tielitz in the Lexus. And Nick Yellowly in the BMW, Andrea Caldarelli in the Lamborghini, Alessio Picciarello in another Porsche, and then the other WeatherTech car, the Mercedes, Mauro Engel at the wheel of that as well, all in a train.
Seeing that car 54's been listed as behind the wall as well.
Where are you?
Very good. One for the youngsters there, Jeremy. 4.5 to go. 4.5 hours, that is. 20 minutes before 6 in the evening. About an hour to sunset, a little bit less than that. Clear skies to the west. It's where the weather came from yesterday. Porsche, Corvette. Then the McLaren is not in that battle. Side by side, almost across the line. Great run out of the final corner.
Whew, that Corvette's got some street
Nicky Kasberg. He gets the nose of the yellow Corvette ahead, but can't get the overlap to pull in and claim the line to the inside. The Porsche holding its line. The Porsche works driver Matt Campbell for Fab Motorsports in the driveway Porsche, leading then at Sebring. Big bump from Katzberg in second. Did he drop a wheel off the circuit there? It sounded like a real thud on the transmission, and he didn't get the drive out of the carousel. And alongside, here comes the 24 BMW of Nick Yellowly with Aaron Tielitz not too far behind either in the black and yellow RCF. And here comes the Lamborghini as well for TR3. That's Andrea Caldarelli.
Well,
they're all there.
Yeah, and so is Jordan Pepper, who's in the lead now, GTD, in the McLaren car, number 70 all of a sudden. So he's in the lead of that class.
So, yeah, so that car, they're a further lap back from the cars ahead of them. But that is the lead GTD. So he's not battling for overall position in GTD, but he is battling GT rather, but battling at the lead of his own part of the GT category. Just hearing from Shea, by the way, that was a rogue message. Core is on track and still circulating with John Bennett behind the wheel of that prototype. Fabulous battle in GTD Pro, again, just as we had at the Rolex 24, and Matt Campbell has managed to get a little bit of a gap between himself and the following cars. timing and scoring will catch up as they go across the line here. Another good run by Nicky Katzberg, but he knows he's not going to get the overlap. He tries to go down the inside, then cuts to the right. We've got traffic ahead, and that is side by side through turn 1. This is getting all a bit unnecessary. Katzberg goes through to the lead, but has to give it up. This side by side through turn 3. Katzberg holds on to his line and goes through the lead. Now he's got to cut back to the left-hand side. He kind of gets into the middle of the road, somehow squeezes round the outside. Outstanding driving, absolutely outstanding driving by everybody involved there. And Katzberg goes to P1, position number 1, and the lead in GTD Pro. How long is he going to keep hold of it? I can't tell you.
V8 torque there from the Chevrolet Corvette.
Is out. Everybody talks about power, but you drive torque, and that was the drive of the torque there, Jeremy. You're spot on.
I think at the end of the straights, the Porsche's as quick as the Corvette, but coming off the corner, the early part of the straightaway, the Corvette definitely has an advantage there, and he was able to take advantage of it a couple of times and finally make that pass stick. That Corvette, of course, given a better balance of performance adjustment halfway through this week, an extra increase in the size of the engine restrictor. All of the normally aspirated engines are restricted. There's an air restrictor which restricts the amount of air obviously goes into the engine. Air plus fuel equals horsepower, bit more air, bit more horsepower, and that is exactly what helped the Corvette to be right on in the mix here.
Fabulous run by Jordan Pepper in the Inception McLaren. He's leading GTD, mixing it with the leaders of GTD Pro. He's a lap away from these cars on the timing and scoring, but that doesn't matter to him. He's having a great time. So the battle for the lead in GTD, through turn 1, the cars were together. I thought the prototype might get involved here. It looked for a moment as though the Pfaff Porsche could hold on to that, but Nicky Katzberg riding the blue and white curbs on the outside of turn number 3 and 4, and then by the time he gets to Big Bend at turn 5 and under the Corvette bridge, he's got it done. He had to do that about 3 times before he actually made it stick. Huge dive down the inside by Matt Campbell. He was a full car length back there, but he managed to dispute it going into turn 3. Good driving by all involved.
Yeah, great stuff. They're really good to watch there, and just tremendous battle between these two. But coming off each of the corners there, that Corvette has plenty of torque, and that's what enabled it to leap ahead there. The prototype in front just kind of minding his own business, and did manage to keep out of the way of that. So hats off to him. Which car is that? Is that number 7 car? Let's see which one it is, actually.
BMW for a moment got position, I think, on the Pfaff car, and that's just been taken back at the hairpin. So Matt Campbell for a moment had dropped down to 3rd as the BMW went round the outside. Now they're clearing that prototype, but Katzberg's cleared off.
Yeah.
Hit the afterburners. Thank you and good night for you. Oh, the touch on that car that was in front of it. It was the number 7 blue and black prototype, Jeremy. So you were spot on with that, the 47 Motorsport car. And that there was a complete 360 and carried on.
Yeah. Cost him about 1.5 seconds, I reckon. Almost like Rasmus Lind in that race at VIR a couple of years ago in the prototype challenge. It's Anthony Mantella, the Canadian, who got that car back under control again, and off he goes. Wow, that was impressive.
I apologise to Court and to John Bennett. That car has come into the pits, and
here we go. There's a replay.
I think there was a side-by-side. Oh no, it just ran over the curb.
Well, yeah, he kind of
trying to keep
down
out of the way of the BMW.
Yeah,
that's a heck of a save.
Which left him no room at all.
Heck of a save. That is one of the faster parts of the circuit. BMW cuts across, and there's just a little. No, I think he left him in the front.
I agree.
Just the left rear Michelin dropping over the blue and white curb, I think. Yeah, got the car off the ground. Michelin tyres are good, but when airborne, not providing, asterisk, when airborne, not providing grip. Into the pit lane for that, I'm not surprised. Change of underwear for the driver there, Anthony Mantella. Another pit lane speed limit violation from the number 54 Core Autosport car. That's the second time they've done that, so they're still having ECU or calibration problems. Front of the field, Will Stevens leads from Ollie Jarvis and Neil Jarney. Still just 3.5 seconds between the top three. That's the number 10 Connington Minolta Acura from Mershank Racing with Curb Agajanian in their Acura, and the first of the Cadillacs is Neil Jarney in the O2 Cadillac racing machine. Out from behind the wall again. I mean, walking wounded today. Yeah. That's the story. That is going to be the story today. Real spirit of endurance with the Heart of Racing 27 car, which has been missing for quite some time, back in the fight.
Where are the LMP3 leaders? Because they came across the line, the top three cars separated by a second, basically. Nose to tail. Number 74 car, Kai van Berlo, with the young Danish driver Malte Jacobsen and Garrett Grist, the Canadian, in numbers 33 and 30 respectively, all absolutely nose to tail, if not even overlapping. Tremendous stuff. Meanwhile, Will Stevens, he's showing good speed here now, isn't he, at this stage in the race? 147.9 last time around for a race leader.
It is the 27 Heart of Racing Aston that's come out from behind the wall, 2.7. And I think he's just gone straight out. Memory serves, Shea, and I am.
He's allowed to do that, John. The problem was that the team was up on the wall with the fuel rig over their shoulder waiting for him to stop because they're pretty sure he doesn't have enough fuel to keep going. But the drama is that the sister car, the 23, just came creeping in. Alex Riberas behind the wheel once again down the pit lane, and I got a sigh and a look of disdain from the team to say, ugh, not this again.
Well, what happened to number 02 car on that lap? He lost a couple of positions.
Correct.
To number 31 under 5.
Justin Nunez and Richard Busbrecht going through.
Yeah, and Jose Maria Lopez in car number 48 ducking onto pit lane. Again, a bit earlier than everybody else. I think he's realised that he's not going to get to the 8-hour mark. So come in now, at least he'll be better off than all of the others, except for number 31 and 5 that made a pit stop right before the caution period came out. I think they should just about be able to get to the 8-hour mark, where the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points are awarded.
Kamui Kobayashi is taking over that car. I reckon that was only 13 laps for Jose Maria Lopez. So that was
stint, correct?
Yeah, very short stint indeed.
Yeah, most of that was, half of that was under yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get to us here in the studio.
He'd done a double stint before that, though.
True enough. True enough. 10 minutes before 6, and we're live around the area on Highland's Best Country, WWOJ 99.1. We give them back their airwaves tomorrow, so you'll be back with the usual mix of new country and a selection of the classics, but also on News Talk 7:30 AM and 95.3 FM, and of course Sirius XM 206, as well as around the world on the global TV feed and IMSA Radio around the world on RS2. Wherever you're watching or listening, thank you very much indeed. Still having a couple of people tweet in and say, where can we watch? If you're outside the US and in a country that doesn't have a network TV deal, go to imsaradio.com, click on the live video tab on the front page there, and you'll be able to see uninterrupted coverage, no breaks, all the way through to the end for the next 4 hours and 19 minutes and a bit beyond that, I suspect, via the live video tab. It's the World TV feed. Good to have your company. Yanni in the 02 ran through the grass on the run through Bishop Bend after a close 3-wide moment with the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari and the 60 Meyer Shank. Thank you to the Racing Blog for that. He was watching on the onboard via IMSA.tv. Excellent stuff. We have eyes everywhere. Collective wisdom. So thank you very much, the Racing Blog, for tweeting that in at IMSA Radio. Number 30 out on the circuit at the moment, the Airbnb sponsored prototype. That is the Garrett Gris-driven Junior 3 racing car at the moment in 3rd position on the racetrack. At the front of the field, Will Stevens, Conor Minolta Acura, 3 seconds to the good.
Yeah, what a stint this has been from Tristan Nunez. He's come from 6th place at the restart just 8 laps ago. He's now in 2nd position, just 3 seconds behind Will Stevens in the lead. So that Whelen Engineering Cadillac is moving its way forward and tracking him now, or remains, Richard Westbrook, a number 5 car. Those two have been running in lockstep after exchanging positions shortly after the restart.
Down through the GT categories, it's been a battle of attrition today. Jordan Pepper leads GTD for Inception. They've just gradually stealthed their way up to the lead. They've got 2 seconds on Michael de Quesada, Allegra Motorsports. They've led the race today as well. Tony Vielander trying to hunt those 2 cars down in the Ferrari number 21. Then Frankie Montecalvo for Vassar Sullivan in the 12 Lexus. Andy Lally for Magnus Racing in the Aston Martin. They've been there or thereabouts for the last couple of hours. And Turner Motorsport, the Liquid Molly car, the 96 BMW. A little bit further down, Kevin Simpson for Gradient Racing. A couple of laps down now, quite a few laps down after some incidents in the 66 Gradient Acura. Declan Brennan, commercial director of Gradient, with us. We had Mark Miller, who's calling your strategy today, and with us yesterday for our WEC coverage. Not the way you would have liked this to go, but the car was looking very, very impressive and competitive in the early running. Great opening double stint from Till Bechtolsheim.
Well, both of the guys at the start were outstanding. Up until the incident with Till, or beg your pardon, with Kiffin. Till was magnificent, on genuine pace. Moved from 10th to 6th, did exactly what we would have asked of him. A driver who will happily tell you that what he never wants to do is just be the guy who drives around and then give it to the pro and does all the work. So it's very important, the role he played at the start of the race.
I heard a vicious rumour that Andrus Levens, the team manager, actually smiled during that stint.
It's only a rumour. We have no confirmation of this.
Hasn't been. I haven't seen that
absolutely.
Actually officially sorted out. Do the team feel as though they're getting their heads around the NSX now? It's been a learning experience for the last couple of seasons. Effectively, you're doing 1 full season of IMSA in 2 years. You did the Sprint Cup last year. You're doing the Michelin Endurance Challenge this year. So that kind of spreads out the experience a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think, if you asked Andrus in a quiet moment to propose, I think we're not that far behind necessarily. I think a little bit more testing would always help, but that involves more cubic dollars, which we don't always have available down the back of the sofa. So what we have found, and what's been very encouraging about this weekend, is back to the point I was making about Till and Kiffin. We'll get to Kiffin in a moment, but Till's pace has been excellent. We've slowly worked through the issues we had with the car, and unlike Daytona, where because we had that accident early on in practice, which left us miles behind in terms of laps and miles on track, we've had ample opportunity to work through what we have, and we have a great race car, what we did. And obviously by the times that Kiffin is now doing, we still do, and Mario earlier on was doing very solid times too. And just a word on
what you expect from Mario, isn't it?
Well, yes,
don't call him Super Mario for nothing.
But just a word on Kiffin. Kiffin, it's so hard. He's 17, yes, and he's 17. And he's doing Indy Lights this year. He's a fantastic kid. He's quick. He was quick at Daytona. We had a great time with him. He's great to be with. He just, the track bit him the way it bites everybody. Turn 17 is notorious for a reason. It's going to take years, and experience doesn't come on your first visit, or after a couple of test sessions. You have lots.
Hey, drivers of the caliber of Catherine Legg and Harry Gottsacker and 1 or 2 more have had problems at 17 this year. It really has been a lot of people.
Yeah, and so, and interestingly, this is the insight you get when you sit on the pit box. Mark Miller, literally within 3 or 4 minutes, who had the live data in front of him, pulled back to the data and worked out and basically diagnosed the incident via the driver data.
Got a battle in LMP3 heading through traffic. Kai van Berlo in the 74 Riley Motorsport, the Ranch 74 car. Malthy Mackison, I've been very impressed at Malthy Jakobsen this weekend for Sean Creech Motorsport. Another one of the Scandinavian international drivers in the 33. Garrett Griss is only about another second behind. They're having a cracking day, and it's a Sean Creech Motorsport car that is ahead of that little battle at the moment as they come through turn 17, with the leaders coming through as well. Kami Kobayashi, Oliver Jarvis first of all for Meerschaank Racing as they come across the line. 4 hours and 12 minutes to go, coming up to 6 o'clock in the evening. Jeremy.
Yeah, and Malthy Jakobsen just took the lead from Kai van Berlo on that lap. Those top 3 cars absolutely nose to tail. They're still in LMP3. The 3 Ligiers, Malthy Jakobsen in car number 33, Kai van Berlo car number 74, and Garrett Grist in car number 30. They're probably heading towards turn 3 right now.
Coming up to 5 o'clock, you're listening to IMSA Radio live from Sebring, and thanks to our local and regional syndications, Highlands Best Country, WWOJ 99.1. They'll be back with their usual mix of the best of new country and all the classics tomorrow, in fact after us tonight. And we're also on News Talk 7:30 AM and the new News Talk FM frequency 95.3. Thanks to Barry Foster and the rest of the guys for that.
What do you notice about both categories in GTD? We have
variety of manufacturers.
It's insane.
Yeah,
it is insane how
so how? I'll ask the question then. How, as a team, do you decide which manufacturer you're going to go for when there's no obvious advantage to going with any of them? Come back to that in a moment. The pass for the lead down at turn 17 in LMP3 a lap ago. Little bump in the first part from Sean Creech Motorsport.